Chapter 1: The Man Who Owned the City. The helicopter cut through the New York skyline like a blade through silk. Adrian Cross watched the glittering grid of his kingdom pass below, the dark ribbon of Central Park, the glowing spines of skyscrapers he either owned or would soon acquire. The thrum of the rotor was a steady, expensive vibration in his bones. He felt nothing. His phone buzzed against the leather seat. Cellini, board dinner at Cipriani, 8 p.m., don't be late. The Henderson deal hinges on this. He didn't reply. Cellini Ward was less a person to him now and more a function, a sleek, sharp tool for closing deals and managing perceptions. Their history was a closed ledger, its emotional balance zeroed out, or so he told himself. The helipad atop the Cross Tower was wind-whipped and cold. His head of security, Carter, fell into step beside him, a silent shadow. The elevator down was a smooth, silent drop. "The market close was favorable, sir," Carter said, not looking at him. "Up 3 points. Adrian gave a curt nod. Numbers moved. People were variables. He understood both. His penthouse was not a home. It was a museum of success. Floor-to-ceiling windows, furniture so minimal it felt like a waiting room, art that was more investment than expression. The silence was absolute, bought and paid for. He poured 2 fingers of scotch, not because he wanted it, but because the ritual marked the end of the day's conquests. He stood at the window, looking down at the streams of yellow cabs, the ant-like scramble of lives so much smaller than his own. He had everything. And it was all perfectly, utterly hollow. His phone buzzed again, not Cellini, an alert from the building's security system. A scheduled after-hours cleaning for the executive floors. He dismissed it, but the alert brought with it a memory, sharp and unbidden. A woman's voice from 3 weeks ago, not Cellini's polished, calculated tone, something cleaner, clearer. "Your security protocol is a liability, Mr. Cross. It trusts hierarchy over threat. A person with a badge and a schedule can walk right through it." He'd found her in the server room on the 42nd floor at 10 p.m., running an unauthorized diagnostic on his network's heart. Not a hacker. A cybersecurity auditor his overconfident CTO had hired and forgot. She hadn't flinched when he appeared. She just held up her tablet, showing him the flaw. "See, the system assumes the threat is outside. It's not. It's in the permissions you give to people you think you own." Her name was Myra Lane. She looked him dead in the eye and told him his empire had a cracked foundation. And for the first time in a decade, someone had spoken to him not as a billionaire, but as a problem to be solved. Adrian took a slow sip of scotch, the burn doing nothing to erase the imprint of that moment. That voice. He had everything. And then, without his permission, she had shown up. A variable his models had never accounted for. His intercom chimed, the sound foreign in the quiet. "Mr. Cross, your car is ready for the board dinner." "I'll be down," he said, his voice flat. He set the glass down, unfinished. He glanced once more at the sprawling, glittering city he owned. Chapter 2: A Man Who Never Needed Love. Cipriani was a cathedral of old money and new power. The air smelled of lemon polish, white truffles, and quiet desperation. Adrian moved through the room like a shark through still water, acknowledged, feared, left alone. Cellini found him near the bar. She looked like liquid gold in a dress that cost more than most cars. Her smile was a weapon. "Adrian, you're here. I was starting to think you found a more interesting firewall to debug." Her jab was precise. She'd heard about Myra, of course she had. Cellini heard everything. "The Henderson deal," he said, ignoring her comment. "Is he on board?" "He will be. He likes the narrative. the visionary billionaire and his brilliant strategist. She sipped her champagne, her eyes cool over the rim. A united front, it's good for the brand. They were a brand, Adrian and Selene, a partnership forged in the early, brutal days of building his empire. She'd been there with her family connections, her cutthroat instinct, her understanding that love was a transaction like any other. What they'd had, a brief, fiery entanglement, had burned out and hardened into something more useful, a mutual pact of ambition. It wasn't emotional cheating. He didn't cheat. He made strategic alliances. And Selene was the most strategic one he had. Just keep him talking, Adrian said. Get him to commit before dessert. Always business. She touched his arm, a gesture that looked intimate to anyone watching. It felt like a corporate handshake. Sometimes I miss the man who used to look at me like I was the deal. He met her gaze, his own impassive. That man was poorer and dumber. She laughed, a bright, hollow sound. Truer words. She leaned in, her perfume a familiar, expensive cloud. But be careful, Adrian, this new one, the auditor. She looks at you like you're a puzzle, not a prize. That's a dangerous game for a man who's already won. She drifted away toward Henderson, leaving him with the sting of her warning. The dinner was a performance. Adrian spoke when necessary, listened with predatory focus, sealed the Henderson merger with a nod and a handshake. It was another brick in the wall, another zero on the screen. He drove back to the tower alone in the back of the Bentley, the city lights streaking past. He thought of Myra Lane's report, which had landed in his inbox that afternoon. It was brutal, brilliant. It outlined not just the security flaw, but the cultural arrogance that had caused it. You've built a kingdom that believes its own propaganda, she'd written. That's the first thing an enemy will exploit. No one spoke to him like that. No one was allowed. His phone lit up with a calendar reminder for the next morning. Follow-up meeting with M. Lane's security audit findings. 7:30 a.m. A part of him, a part he'd thought long buried, stirred, not with lust, with something sharper, recognition. He walked into his silent penthouse. The emptiness felt heavier tonight, more pronounced. He had a rule, no attachment. Attachment was a vulnerability. Truth was a liability. You gave people only what they needed to see to give you what you wanted. It was the first law of his universe. Myra Lane, with her clear eyes and her inconvenient truths, felt like a gravitational pull, threatening to bend that law. He stood again at the window, but he didn't see the city. He saw the stubborn set of her mouth as she'd explained the flaw in his system. He had never needed love. He had needed conquest, obedience, control. He had never needed truth. He had needed favorable narratives. But as he stood in the perfect, lonely monument of his success, a cold, clarifying thought formed. He needed to see her again, not because he wanted her, but because she was the only person in his world who didn't seem to want anything from him at all. And that, to a man who owned everything, was the most disorienting power of all. Chapter 3: The Woman Who Disrupted Him. Myra Lane's alarm went off at 5:15 a.m. The sound was a blunt fact in the dark. She moved through her pre-dawn routine with the same methodical focus she applied to a line of code. Shower, coffee, a review of the day's attack vectors, in this case, Adrian Cross's executive team. Her apartment in Astoria was small, clean, and ruthlessly organized. Books on neural networks and social engineering shared shelf space with well-worn novels. The view was of a brick wall and a sliver of sky. It was hers, paid for with the money she made telling powerful people their digital castles were built on sand. She dressed in a navy sheath dress, simple, expensive enough to be taken seriously, plain enough not to be a distraction. She wasn't here to be seen. She was here to see. The subway rattled into Manhattan as the sky lightened to gray. She used the time to reread her own report on Cross Industries. The arrogance in their system architecture was breathtaking. It was the technical equivalent of leaving the crown jewels in a room with a sign that said, "Trusted personnel only." They believed their own myth of invulnerability. Her first meeting with Adrian Cross 3 weeks ago played in her mind like a clipped video file. The cold shock on his CFO's face when she'd explained the backdoor she'd found. The way Cross himself had just watched. His silence had been more unnerving than any outburst. He'd absorbed the failure of his million-dollar system without blinking, then dismissed everyone but her. "Fix it," he'd said, his voice low and final, not a request, an axiom. She'd fixed it. And in doing so, she'd found 3 more flaws. She was here today to present the cure and to warn him about the disease. The Cross Tower lobby was a cavern of marble and whispered sound. The security guard scanned her badge, a temporary pass with a glaringly high clearance, and nodded her to the private elevator bank. The car rose, a smooth, silent ascent that made her stomach drop. She focused on her breathing. The doors opened not into a reception area, but directly into his office. It was quieter than a library. The morning sun cut across a vast desk of fossilized wood, and he was there, standing at the window, a cup of black coffee in hand. He wore a white shirt, sleeves rolled to his elbows. No jacket, no tie. He looked less like a CEO and more like a field general surveying a camp at dawn. "You're early," he said, not turning. "The report is detailed. I thought you'd want time." He finally glanced over his shoulder. His eyes were the color of slate and just as hard to read. "I read it last night." Of course he had. Then you know the primary vulnerability is no longer technological. It's human. Your board members use their grandchildren's birthdays as passwords. Your head of R&D clicks on phishing links from his personal email. You can build a wall 10 miles high, but if you give the key to people who leave it under the mat, it doesn't matter. He turned fully now, leaning back against the window ledge. "So your recommendation is to fire my board, replace my executives." "My recommendation is to teach them, to make them afraid. Right now, they're only afraid of you. That makes them cautious, not smart. They need to be afraid of the threat, not just the boss." A faint, almost imperceptible line appeared between his brows. Not anger, concentration. "And how do you propose I do that?" "You let me run a live exercise, a simulated attack. I'll show them how easy it is to become the cause of their own ruin." He studied her. The silence stretched, filled only by the distant hum of the city waking up 40 floors below. "You enjoy this," he said, not as an accusation, but as an observation. "Poking holes in gods." "I don't believe in gods," she said, meeting his gaze squarely. "I believe in systems, and all systems have flaws." Something shifted in his expression, something dark and intrigued. He set his coffee down on the desk. "Run your exercise. You have 2 weeks, full access. No one gets told, including me." It was more authority than she'd asked for. A staggering level of trust or a staggering level of indifference. With him, it was impossible to tell. "There will be fallout," she warned. "People will be embarrassed, angry." "Good," he said, his voice flat. "If they're angry at you, they might start thinking about the enemy instead of their own ego." He pushed off the window and walked to his desk, sitting down. The audience, it seemed, was over. "Send the details to Claire. She'll clear your path." Myra stood for a second. the sudden dismissal leaving her off balance. He was already looking at his monitor, his focus elsewhere. "Mr. Cross," she said. He looked up, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. "Why?" she asked. "Why give me this much rope? I could hang your entire C-suite with it." He leaned back in his chair, the leather sighing. He regarded her with that unnerving, total attention again. "Because you're the first person in years who hasn't tried to sell me a solution wrapped in a compliment. You just handed me the problem, raw. I find that refreshing." He paused. "And if you can hang my executives with their own stupidity, they deserve to swing. Better you than a competitor." The brutality of the statement should have chilled her. Instead, it felt like the only honest thing she'd heard in a boardroom. He wasn't protecting his people. He was protecting his empire, and he was using her as the stress test. She gave a single nod. 2 weeks. As she turned to leave, his voice stopped her at the door. "Myra." She looked back. "Don't be gentle." A shiver, cold and clean, traced her spine. Not fear, anticipation. "I wasn't planning on it." She walked out, the door clicking shut behind her. In the empty hallway, she let out a slow breath. The air in his office was like a vacuum. It sucked all the pretense out of the room. She rode the elevator down, her mind already mapping the simulated attack, the vulnerabilities, the human triggers. He was a problem. A complex, high-stakes, fascinating problem. And for the first time in her career, the puzzle wasn't just in the code. It was in the man who owned it. A man who had just given her the keys to his kingdom and told her to burn it down, just to see if it would burn. She stepped out into the morning crowd, the city's noise rushing back in. The disorientation faded, replaced by a sharp, clear focus. Game on. Chapter 4: Attraction Without Permission. The next 2 weeks were a silent war. Myra worked from a spare office on the 40th floor, a glass box with a view of air ducts. She was a ghost in the machine. She cloned access cards by brushing against executives in the elevator. She planted benign-looking USB drives in the corporate cafeteria. She sent perfectly crafted phishing emails from spoofed internal addresses, offering fake invites to exclusive golf tournaments or urgent requests from Adrian's office. The results were a masterclass in human vulnerability. The CFO's assistant gave up his travel itinerary. The head of legal clicked a link that would have downloaded ransomware. 70% of the targeted senior staff failed the test. Spectacularly, she documented every breach, every careless click in a cold, clinical log. She felt no triumph, only a grim validation. Adrian Cross's empire was held together by habit and fear, not by intelligence. He requested no updates. He gave no sign he knew she was there, systematically exposing the soft underbelly of his company. But she felt his attention. It was a pressure, a silent observation. Sometimes, working late, she'd look up and see the light still on in his penthouse windows high above. A single square of gold in the dark tower. The final day of the exercise, she prepared her summary. It was brutal. As she was compiling the last of the screenshots, her office door opened. Selene Ward walked in. She was beautiful in a way that seemed manufactured to intimidate. All sharp angles, ice blonde hair, a smile that didn't reach her pale blue eyes. She carried herself like she owned the air in the room. "You must be the witch hunt," Selene said, her voice smooth as chilled vodka. She didn't offer a hand. She scanned the sparse office with faint disdain. Myra Lane, security audit. Myra stayed seated. She recognized the type. A power satellite in Adrian's orbit. "I know who you are." Selene's gaze landed on her, assessing, dismissing. "Adrian mentioned you were thorough. Tell me, does it give you a thrill? exposing people's little mistakes. It's not about thrill, it's about risk. Risk, Cellini let the word hang. Adrian built an empire on calculated risk. He doesn't need a schoolmarm scolding his team for using password 123. He will when password 123 lets a rival empty his acquisition fund. Myra kept her voice neutral. This was a test, too, just of a different kind. Cellini's smile turned razor thin. You're very sure of yourself for a contractor. She took a step closer, leaning slightly on the desk. A word of advice from someone who knows the landscape. Adrian appreciates results, but he has a very low tolerance for drama. For mess, finish your report, take your fee. And then be a ghost. That's how you stay in his good graces. The threat was velvet-trapped, but it was a threat. Know your place. Before Myra could respond, a voice cut through the air from the doorway. Cellini. Adrian stood there, his expression unreadable. How long had he been listening? Cellini straightened, her mask of cool amusement snapping back into place. Adrian, I was just welcoming our digital sheriff to the neighborhood. She doesn't need welcoming. His tone was flat, leaving no room for argument. She needs to work, you're interrupting. A flicker of something, surprise, irritation, crossed Cellini's face before she smoothed it away. Of course, my apologies. She gave Myra a last, inscrutable look and glided out of the office. Adrian didn't move from the doorway. His eyes were on Myra. Report ready. Tomorrow by 9. He nodded. His gaze lingered on her face for a second longer than necessary. Cellini is strategic. She's also territorial. Ignore her. I intend to. A faint, almost imperceptible twist at the corner of his mouth. Was that approval? Good, he said. Then he was gone. Myra let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. The encounter left a strange aftertaste. Cellini's territorial warning. Adrian's cold, swift defense. It felt like she'd inadvertently stepped into a silent, long-running war between them. That night, as she proofread the final report, an email popped up. From Adrian's personal address. No subject. The findings. My office. 7 a.m. tomorrow. Coffee will be there. She stared at the words. Not a request from his assistant. A direct, terse command from him. She typed a one-word reply. Understood. She hit send, her finger hovering over the key. The attraction she felt wasn't the fluttery, romantic kind. It was gravitational. A pull toward the epicenter of his power, his control, his stark, unnerving honesty. It was fascination, laced with a deep professional caution. He was a system she couldn't fully map. A man who had everything and who had just shown her in 2 weeks of silent permission that he was willing to tear it all down to its faulty wiring. And she was the one holding the blueprint for the demolition. It was the most dangerous game she'd ever played. And she had no idea how to stop wanting to see how it ended. Chapter 5, The First Lie. Adrian read Myra's report standing up. He hated sitting for bad news. The document was a clinical evisceration. Page after page of his most trusted people making amateur, catastrophic mistakes. His CFO's executive assistant had practically handed over the encryption keys to their Swiss accounts for a promise of backstage tickets to a Broadway show. He should have been furious. Instead, he felt a cold, clean clarity. This was the cost of comfort. The rot of assumed loyalty. Myra hadn't just found weak points. She'd held up a mirror to the culture of carelessness his own success had bred. He de-built an empire on fear, fear of him, fear of failure. But he'd forgotten to make them afraid of the dark outside the walls. The door to his office opened without a knock. Cellini. She took in the scene, him standing, The printed pages fanned across his desk like a crime scene, and her lips pressed into a thin line. So, the witch hunt delivers her verdict. It's not a verdict, it's a diagnosis. He didn't look up. A diagnosis that makes your entire leadership look like fools. She came to stand beside the desk, her perfume a sharp, familiar intrusion in the sterile air. This is how you thank them. Years of loyalty boiled down to a click on a phishing link. A click that could have cost $200 million. He finally looked at her. Sentiment is a liability, Selene. You taught me that. I taught you to protect your assets. Your people are your assets. Publicly humiliating them is bad strategy. It breeds resentment, mutiny. She picked up a page, scanned it, and dropped it with disdain. You're letting this, auditor, poison your judgment. She's an outsider, a contractor. She doesn't understand the ecosystem you've built. She understands the cracks in the foundation. That's what I pay her for. And what do you pay me for, Adrian? Her voice dropped, losing its polished edge, revealing the steel beneath. I'm the one who manages the ecosystem. I smooth the feathers, I secure the votes, I make the narrative palatable. This, she gestured at the report, is a narrative of failure. My job is to spin success, or have you forgotten our arrangement? He hadn't forgot. Their arrangement was as binding as any contract in his safe. Her family's political connections had greased the wheels for his first major acquisition. Her social savvy had opened doors money alone couldn't. In return, she had a permanent seat at his table, a share of his empire, and the unspoken, lingering ghost of what they'd once been. It was a strategic alliance, a necessary entanglement. And it was the first lie he would have to tell Myra. Not because he and Selene were lovers, they weren't, not anymore. But because the truth, that Selene was a permanent, powerful fixture in his life, a partner in ways Myra could never be, was a complication he couldn't afford. Myra was a cleanse, a truth teller. She operated in a world of binary code, secure or vulnerable, truth or lie. The murky, negotiated reality of his bond with Selene would look like exactly what it was, an emotional hedge, a backup plan. I haven't forgotten, he said, his voice cool. Your job is to handle the board, so handle them. Tell them this was a necessary stress test, that we're stronger for it. That's the narrative, spin it. Selene studied him, her eyes narrowing. You're protecting her, the auditor. I'm protecting my company. By throwing me to the wolves to justify her crusade. She shook her head, a bitter laugh escaping her. You've changed. This isn't the Adrian Cross who built an empire on cold, hard logic. This is something else, something reckless. He turned back to the window, dismissing her. The accusation sat between them, heavy and true. Reckless. Was that what this was? This urge to strip everything down to the bone just to see what was left. Just to have someone look at the mess with him and call it what it was without flinching. The board meeting is at 10, he said, his back to her. Have the talking points ready. He heard the sharp intake of her breath, the rustle of her clothes as she turned. The door closed harder than necessary. The silence rushed back in. He looked down at the skyline, but his reflection in the glass was superimposed over the city, a man standing alone at the top of a fragile kingdom. At 7:05 a.m., Myra walked into his office. She wore another simple dress, the color of charcoal. She looked tired, but her eyes were alert, watchful. She carried a tablet, not papers. The coffee's on the sideboard, he said, gesturing without turning. Thank you. He heard the soft clink of china. When he finally faced her, she was standing by the desk, holding her mug, waiting, not nervously, just present, "It's a damning report," he said. "It's an honest one." "I know." He walked to his desk and sat, gesturing for her to do the same. "What's the fix? Beyond firing half my executive team." She sat, setting the tablet on the desk between them. Training, constant, simulated attacks. A cultural shift from protect the boss's secrets to protect the company's heart. You make security everyone's job, not just IT's. You reward paranoia. You want me to make my people afraid. I want you to make them smart. Fear is just the starter fuel. As she leaned forward slightly. But there's a bigger issue. The report identifies the weak links, but it doesn't address the person who designed the chain. Me. You built a system that relies on you as the single point of truth, the ultimate permission. That makes you the ultimate target and the ultimate bottleneck. She paused, her gaze direct. You need to decentralize the trust. It was the same thing she'd said 3 weeks ago, but deeper now. She wasn't just talking about network architecture. She was talking about his grip on power. And who would I trust with that? He asked, the question quieter than he intended. Her eyes held his. That's the question, isn't it? The air in the room felt thin, charged. He could tell her about Selene now, the strategic partner. The necessary evil. He could map the complicated truth for her, show her the chessboard of his life. But he saw the clear, uncompromising light in her eyes. She dealt in absolutes. A strategic partnership with a beautiful, possessive ex-lover would not compute. It would land as a lie. A betrayal before anything had even begun, so he gave her a different truth, a smaller one. The board will be angry today, he said, shifting the subject. Selene Ward, my head of corporate strategy, will manage them. She's formidable. She may push back on your findings. Ignore it. It's just noise. Myra's expression didn't change, but something in her posture stilled. Selene Ward, she visited me yesterday. She implied my work was creating drama. Of course she had. Selene protects the status quo. You threaten it, it's nothing personal. The lie was smooth, practiced. A half-truth coded in reason. It's nothing personal, but with Selene, it was always personal. Myra watched him for a long moment, as if scanning his code for bugs. Then she gave a small, accepting nod. Understood. He felt the lie settle into the space between them, a tiny, invisible crack in the foundation they were just starting to build. A necessary one, he told himself, to protect the fragile, new thing from the complicated, old world. Be in the boardroom at 10, he said, his voice returning to its business timbre. You'll present the high-level findings. I'll handle the fallout. She stood, picking up her tablet. They won't like it. I'm not paying them to like it, he said. I'm paying them to survive. She left, and he was alone with the ghost of his lie. It wasn't a big one, just an omission, a strategic reframing. It was the kind of lie he told every day. But as he prepared to walk into the boardroom and defend her brutal, honest report, he knew, with a cold certainty, that this was the first lie he'd ever told that felt like it could cost him something. Not money, not power. Something he couldn't name, but that had walked out of the room with Myra Lane, carrying the unvarnished truth in her hands. Chapter 6. Comfort Turns to Desire. The boardroom was a glacier. 10 faces, mostly older, all male except for Selene, were frozen in varying states of outrage, disbelief, and cold fury. The air conditioning hummed like a threat. Myra stood at the head of the table beside the screen, her posture straight but not rigid. She de-distilled her 60-page report into 10 slides. Each one was a bullet point to the ego. Click-through rates on phishing, 72%. Password reuse across platforms, 89%. Unencrypted mobile device access to core servers, 41%. She presented the facts in the same clear, uninflected tone she'd used in Adrian's office. No apology, no dramatics, just the data. In summary, she concluded, your greatest vulnerability isn't a software bug or a hacker in Shanghai. It's the assumption that the people inside the castle are trustworthy. The data suggests otherwise. Silence, then chaos. This is an outrage, sputtered James Lowell, head of the audit committee, his face purpling. You ran a covert operation against your own colleagues. A sanctioned stress test, Adrian cut in, his voice a calm blade slicing through the noise. He hadn't moved from his seat at the table's center. One you all approved in the annual security budget last quarter. Item 14B, proactive penetration testing. You voted for it. Lowell spluttered, flipping through a binder. Selene spoke next, her voice a cooling balm of reason. Of course, security is paramount, Adrian. But the method, publicly shaming our leaders with these gotcha statistics, it's corrosive to morale, to trust. Adrian's gaze slid to her. Trust based on ignorance is worthless. Now we know where we stand. Now we can fix it. Fix it by firing this contractor. Another board member, Reynolds, growled, jabbing a finger toward Myra. She's the one who created the insecurity. Myra didn't flinch. I discovered the insecurity that already existed. If you fire the doctor for diagnosing the cancer still wins. The room erupted again into overlapping arguments. Adrian let it burn for a full minute, watching the heat, gauging the alliances. He saw Selene watching Myra, not with anger, but with a calculating, icy curiosity. He stood up. The room fell silent. The exercise is over. The findings stand, he said, his voice low but carrying to every corner. Ms. Lane will design and implement the remediation program. Every person in this room and every person who reports to you will participate. Compliance is not optional. Your annual bonuses will be tied to your department's security score. He let that land, a financial knife to the throat. Meeting adjourned. He didn't wait for a response. He walked out knowing Myra would follow. He didn't go to his office. He led her to a small, soundproofed conference room down the hall, a room used for crises. He closed the door. For a moment, they just stood in the quiet. The adrenaline from the confrontation hung between them, a live wire. That went well, Myra said dryly, leaning back against the conference table. A sharp, unexpected bark of laughter escaped him. He never laughed in the office. The sound was foreign, even to him. You've just made 10 millionaires question their life's work. They'll be drawing up your execution papers by lunch. Will you sign them? He looked at her. A strand of dark hair had escaped her tight knot, curving against her neck. Her cheeks were faintly flushed from the confrontation. She looked alive, vibrant, real in a way nothing in his life felt. No, he said, the word simple and absolute. She held his gaze, and the air in the small room shifted. The professional tension blurred, melted, reformed into something else, something warmer, more dangerous. He could see the pulse beating at the base of her throat. "Thank you," she said, her voice softer now, "for the backup. You didn't need it, you held your ground." He took a step closer, not crowding her, just reducing the space. "But they'll come for you now, through Selene, through whispers. They'll try to isolate you." "I'm used to working alone." "You're not alone." The statement hung there, too heavy for the room. He hadn't meant to say it. It was a strategic liability and emotional exposure. But it was true. She looked up at him, her brown eyes searching his face. "Why?" she asked, the same question she'd asked before, but this time it meant something else. Why me? Why this? Why now? He had no logical answer. No business case. Only a feeling, vast and disorienting, like standing at the edge of a cliff he hadn't known was there. "Because you see the cracks," he said finally, his voice rough. "And you're not afraid to stand in them." He reached out, not thinking, driven by an impulse older than strategy. His fingers brushed the stray strand of hair from her neck, tucking it gently behind her ear. His knuckles grazed her skin. It was the briefest touch. It felt like a shockwave. She went perfectly still, her breath catching. Her eyes widened, not with fear, but with a mirrored recognition. She felt it too. This pull. This catastrophic, wonderful mistake waiting to happen. He dropped his hand, clenching it at his side. The control slammed back down, a steel door behind his ribs. This was not the place. This was not the time. She was a contractor. He was her client. There were rules, his own rules. "The remediation plan," he said, his voice back to its normal, dispassionate timbre, though it cost him. "I want it by end of day Friday." She blinked, the moment shattered. She straightened, the professional mask settling back over her features, but her eyes were still bright, unsettled. "Friday? Yes." He nodded, turned, and left the room before he could do something even more reckless than touch her. He spent the rest of the day in a fog of meetings, but his mind was in that small conference room, on the feel of her skin, the look in her eyes. It was a distraction, a critical vulnerability. At 7 p.m., Selene walked into his office without knocking. She de-changed into an evening dress, sleek and black. "The Henderson Gala," she said. "We're expected in an hour." He'd forgotten another performance. "I have work." "This is work." Her voice was sharp. He needs to see a united front. After today's little drama, he needs reassurance that the empire isn't crumbling from within. We go together. We smile. We are Adrian and Selene. She said the names like a brand. "That's the deal, Adrian, or have the rules changed?" He looked at her, at the fierce, possessive certainty in her eyes. This was their arrangement, the public facade, the strategic unity. To break it now, for any reason, would be seen as weakness. It would raise questions he couldn't answer. "The rules haven't changed," he said, his voice hollow. "Good." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I'll meet you downstairs." The gala was a shimmering cage. He moved through it on autopilot, shaking hands, exchanging empty laughs, Selene a glittering ornament on his arm. He saw Myra nowhere. Of course not. She belonged to the world of blueprints and server racks, not this hollow spectacle, but he thought of her. While Selene whispered a cutting remark about a rival's wife, he thought of Myra's direct gaze. While he gave a bland speech about innovation, he remembered the clean, honest sound of her voice saying, "You need to decentralize the trust." He was lying to everyone, to the room with Selene on his arm, to Selene with his distant silence, to Myra with his omission. The lies were piling up, a house of cards built on the one real thing he'd felt in years, the desire for a woman who represented a truth he could no longer afford. Later, back in his silent penthouse, he poured a drink but didn't drink it. He stood at the window, but instead of the city, he saw her leaning against the conference table, felt again the electric simplicity of that touch. He pulled out his phone. He typed a message to her. "The remediation plan. My notes are extensive. Dinner tomorrow, 8 p.m., discuss." It was a pretext, a flimsy, transparent pretext. A business dinner at 8 p.m. was not business. It was a line crossed. He stared at the words, his thumb hovering over send. This was the pivot. The moment the professional became irrevocably personal. The moment the first lie would demand 1,000 more to protect it. He took a breath, the cold, empty air of his perfect prison filling his lungs, and he hit send. Chapter 7. The Shadow Returns. The ping of the text notification was a grenade in the quiet of her apartment. Myra was at her small dining table, the glow of her laptop the only light. The remediation plan was a beast, and she was wrestling it into submission. She picked up the phone. The remediation plan, my notes are extensive. Dinner tomorrow, 8 p.m., discuss, from Adrian Cross. Her heart did a hard, single thump against her ribs, not a meeting, not a working session. Dinner, 8 p.m. The subtext was a shout in the silent room. She stared at the words. The memory of his touch in the conference room, the brush of his knuckles against her neck, flared hot and vivid. The look in his eyes before the control slammed back down. It hadn't been professional curiosity. It had been hunger. And now dinner, she should say no. She should cite ethics, professionalism, the powder keg of the boardroom. She should protect the one thing she had, her reputation for unbiased, unflinching work. Her thumbs hovered over the screen. The logical part of her brain, the part that found backdoors in firewalls, screamed a warning. This was the ultimate vulnerability. A client, a billionaire, a man whose world was a chessboard of hidden alliances and unspoken rules. A man who came with Selene Ward attached to his arm like a perfectly accessorized warning. But another part, a part she'd kept locked down for years, whispered back. It remembered the way he'd laughed, a real, surprised sound, after the boardroom massacre. The way he'd said you're not alone, with a gravity that felt like a promise. He saw her, not as a tool, not as a woman to be acquired, but as a force. An equal in intellect, if not in wealth. She typed back, her fingers steady, location. The reply came in under 10 seconds, Balthazar, private room in the back, of course, not a quiet bistro, a landmark. A place to be seen, but in a private room, a contradiction that was pure Adrian Cross. A public declaration and a secret all at once. Understood. She sent it, the word feeling like a point of no return. She put the phone down, face up on the table. The screen went dark, reflecting the faint glow of her laptop, her own wide eyes staring back. She was in the cracks now, the very cracks she'd warned him about. The next day was a minefield. She worked from the Cross Tower, finalizing the plan. She felt eyes on her in the cafeteria, heard the lowered voices when she passed, the auditor, the one who's got Cross's ear and maybe more. Selene's visit had been a starter pistol for the gossip. At 4 p.m., as she was printing the final draft, Selene herself appeared in the doorway of the print room. She didn't enter. She leaned against the frame, arms crossed, a smile playing on her lips that held no warmth. Working late, Myra. Finishing the plan for Mr. Cross. Ah, yes, the plan. Selene's gaze traveled over her, dismissive. He's a man who appreciates thoroughness in all things. She paused, letting the innuendo hang. A word of caution, though. Adrian's attention is a powerful thing. It can feel like the sun, but it's fickle, and it always moves on. It's how he's built what he has. He consumes what he needs and discards the rest. Myra met her gaze, refusing to look away. Is that a warning or a confession? Selene's smile tightened. It's the lay of the land. I've been navigating it a long time. You're just a tourist. Don't mistake a temporary detour for a change in the route. She pushed off the doorframe. Enjoy your dinner. She vanished, leaving the scent of her perfume and a chill in the air. Myra's hands were steady as she gathered her papers, but her mind raced. Selene knew about the dinner. Of course she did. Adrian's life was likely an open book to her. This was her territory, and she was marking it. The question was, why was Adrian inviting Myra into it? Balthazar was all bustling Parisian warmth and noise, a stark contrast to the cold silence of the tower. A tuxedoed maitre d' led her through the lively main room, past the zinc bar, to a heavy velvet curtain. He pulled it aside. The private room was small, intimate, lit by candles in sconces. A single table for two. Adrian stood by the unlit fireplace, looking out of place in his impeccable suit amidst the old-world charm. He turned as she entered. For a moment, they just looked at each other. The noise from the restaurant was muffled, a distant rumble. Here, it was just the quiet and the crackle of something else entirely. "You came," he said. It wasn't a greeting. It was an acknowledgement of the risk they were both taking. "You invited me." He gestured to the table. "Sit, please." The dinner was a surreal dance. They talked about the remediation plan. He had notes, smart, incisive questions that showed he'd read every line. They debated encryption protocols versus behavioral training. It was a continuation of their work, but the context charged every word. The candlelight flickered in his eyes. His hand brushed hers as he passed the salt. Every accidental touch was a jolt. Over dessert, a chocolate tart neither of them touched, the shop talk finally faded. The silence that followed was thick, expectant. "Selene came to see me today," Myra said, watching his face. A shadow passed over his features, not surprise, resignation. What did she say? "That your attention is fickle, that I'm a tourist." He leaned back in his chair, his jaw tight. "Selene is a strategist. She protects her position. It's what I pay her for." "And what is her position exactly?" Myra asked, her voice quiet but direct. "You called her your head of corporate strategy. She acts like she's something more." He was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the candle flame. This was it. The moment for the full, messy truth, the history, the entanglement, the lie of omission he'd started. He looked up and his eyes were stark, honest in a way that frightened her. "Selene and I have a history, a brief one, years ago. It's over. What remains is a business partnership. She is vital to my company's political and social infrastructure. She is also possessive. She sees any new variable as a threat to the ecosystem she helps me manage." He paused. "Including you." It was more than he'd given before, but it still felt curated. A sanitized version, a strategic truth. And this. Myra gestured between them at the intimate room, the uneaten dessert. "Is this a new variable, or are you managing an ecosystem?" He reached across the table then, not touching her hand, but placing his palm flat on the white linen, an offer, a vulnerability. "This," he said, his voice low, "is the first thing in a decade that has nothing to do with management. This is a flaw in my own system, one I have no desire to fix." The raw admission stole her breath. It was the most honest thing anyone had ever said to her. "It's a dangerous flaw," she whispered. "I know. It could corrupt everything. It already has." He stood up abruptly, throwing cash on the table without counting it. "Come with me." He didn't wait for an answer. He just walked out through the curtain, through the bustling restaurant. She followed, her heart hammering. The maitre d' nodded as if this was a common exit. His car was idling at the curb. Carter, his driver in shadow, didn't blink as Adrian held the door open for her. She slid in. He followed, sitting close but not touching. The partition was up. "Where are we going?" she asked, the city lights blurring past the tinted windows. "Somewhere with no history," he said, staring straight ahead. No strategies, no Selene. The car drove north out of the bright core, into the quieter, tree-lined streets of the West Village. It stopped in front of a narrow, unmarked brownstone. He had a key. Inside, it was nothing like his penthouse. It was small, almost cozy. Books were stacked on floors. A single abstract painting hung on the wall. A grand piano, dust-covered, sat in a corner. It felt forgotten. "What is this place?" she asked, turning in the small living room. "A mistake," he said, his voice rough. He'd taken off his suit jacket, thrown it over a chair. "I bought it years ago, thinking I wanted a home." "Not a showcase. I never stayed here. It was too quiet." He walked to the window, looking out at the dark street. "I've never brought anyone here." She understood. This was the one place not part of the empire, not part of the lie. It was a blank page. He turned to face her. The controlled billionaire was gone. In his place was a man stripped bare by want, by the terrifying prospect of something real. "I am lying to everyone right now," he said, the words ripped from him. "By omission, by commission, to protect this thing with you before it even starts. It's a terrible strategy. It's bound to fail." She walked toward him, stopping an arm's length away. "Then why are you doing it?" "Because for the first time, the strategy isn't worth the cost of the truth." He reached out, his hand cupping her cheek, his thumb stroking her skin. This touch wasn't an accident, it was a choice. "Tell me to stop. Tell me this is a professional relationship. Tell me to take you home, and I will, and nothing will change." She leaned into his touch, her eyes closing for a second. The warning bells were deafening. Selene's cold smile, the board's fury, the gossiping halls of the tower, the colossal, stupid risk. She opened her eyes and looked at him, at the raw need in his face, a need that mirrored her own. "Don't stop," she whispered. It was all the permission he needed. His mouth crashed down on hers, and the world, the strategies, the lies, the empires fell away. There was only this. The taste of him, the feel of his hands in her hair, the solid wall of his body against hers. It was not gentle. It was a claiming, a surrender, a collision they'd been circling since the day she walked into his server room. He broke the kiss, his forehead resting against hers, his breathing ragged. "Myra," he breathed, her name a prayer, a curse. And in the dark, quiet sanctuary of his only mistake, the shadow of Selene and all the lies she represented was temporarily banished. But as his lips found hers again, Myra knew, with a clarity that was almost peaceful, that the shadow would return. And when it did, it would demand payment for this stolen, perfect night. Chapter 8, He Chooses Control. The morning light in the brownstone was a pale, unforgiving intruder. It fell across the dust on the piano lid, across the tangle of their clothes on the floor, across Adrian's sleeping face. Myra watched him. In sleep, the lines of command were softened. He looked younger, human. The weight of the empire was momentarily lifted. Her mind, already shifting from the haze of the night into the clear, analytical light of day, began its cold inventory. What have you done? The list of consequences scrolled behind her eyes. Professional ruin, the collapse of her credibility, the smug, vindicated fury of Selene, the board using her as the reason for any future failure. She was no longer the impartial auditor. She was a liability, a scandal waiting to happen. He stirred, his eyes fluttering open. For a single, unguarded moment, he looked at her with a warmth so stark it stole her breath. Then, like a shutter slamming down, the awareness returned. The CEO, the reality, the lie. He sat up, the sheet pooling at his waist. He didn't reach for her. He just looked at her, his expression unreadable. "What time is it?" His voice was morning rough. 6:15. He was silent for a beat. I have a board call at 7:30. He said it like a sentence being passed. The distance between them, so obliterated last night, yawned wide again in the dusty sunbeam. He was already leaving, not physically, but strategically, re-entering the game. Adrian, she said, her own voice calm, though her heart was a trapped bird in her chest. This was a mistake. His head snapped toward her, his eyes sharpening. No, it was. It's a conflict of interest so large you could drive the entire board through it. My report is worthless now. Everything I say will be seen through this lens. He swung his legs out of bed, his back to her. The muscles in his shoulders were tense. Your report stands on its own. What happens between us is separate. It's not separate, it never will be. She got out of bed, gathering her clothes, the motions brisk, practical, a retreat. We work together, you're my client. This complicates the mission. He stood, facing her now. He was completely still, but the air around him crackled with suppressed energy. The mission changed last night. Did it? She pulled her dress on, not looking at him. Or did we just add a dangerous, distracting variable? One that your strategic partner will exploit the moment she senses it. His jaw tightened at the mention of Selene. Selene is not your concern. She made herself my concern, and she was right, I'm a tourist, and tourists go home. He crossed the small space in 2 strides, his hand closing around her wrist, not hard but firm. Don't. The word was a command, but underneath it she heard a crack, a plea. It almost undid her. She looked up at him, at the conflict warring in his eyes, the man who wanted her, the emperor who couldn't afford the want. What's the plan, Adrian? She asked softly. Do I sneak out the back? Do we pretend this never happened at the office? Do we have more dinners in private rooms while Selene holds your public hand? What's the strategy? He released her wrist as if burned. He turned away, running a hand through his hair. The silence was heavy, filled with the unspoken answer. There is no strategy. There is only containment. He was choosing control, because control was all he knew. He would compartmentalize. He would lie. To Selene, to the board, to the world. And he would ask her to live in the compartment marked secret. I'll have Carter take you home, he said finally, his voice back to its flat, boardroom neutrality. He was already putting on his pants, his shirt, reconstructing the armor. The remediation plan, we'll need to meet to finalize it. My office, 3 p.m. A business meeting, in his office. The correction was brutal and complete. Myra finished dressing, her fingers numb on the buttons. The warmth of the night was a ghost, chased away by the cold dawn of consequence. 3 p.m., she echoed, the words tasting like ash. He walked her to the door. He didn't try to kiss her goodbye. He just looked at her, a long, complicated look that held the memory of the night and the grim certainty of the day ahead. This isn't over, he said, the words low, meant only for her. It never really started, she replied, and she stepped out into the cool morning street, leaving him standing in the doorway of his forgotten mistake. The board call was a distant buzz in Adrian's ear. He contributed monosyllables, his mind elsewhere, in the brownstone, on the feel of her skin, on the shattered look in her eyes when he'd reverted to CEO mode. What's the strategy? She'd seen right through him. He was trying to have both worlds, the strategic, necessary lie of his life with Selene's influence and the dangerous, truthful desire he had for Myra. He was trying to build a secret room inside his empire, and he was asking her to live in it. It was a coward's plan. The call ended. He swiveled his chair to face the skyline, but he didn't see it. He saw Myra gathering her clothes, calling it a mistake. She was right. It was a mistake. A glorious, catastrophic mistake that had shown him the color of his own soul, and it was not the sterile gray he'd assumed. His intercom chimed. "Mr. Cross, Ms. Ward is here. She says it's urgent." Of course it was. Seleni's sensors were impeccable. "Send her in." Selene entered like a storm front. She didn't sit. She stood before his desk, her arms crossed, her gaze a laser. "You missed the Henderson debrief this morning." "I had a conflict." "I know what your conflict was." Her voice was icy calm. "You were with her, the auditor." He didn't bother to deny it. Denial was for the weak. "What's your point, Selene?" "My point," a bitter laugh escaped her. "My point is that you're risking everything for a fling with a woman who sees your company as a set of vulnerabilities to be cataloged. Do you have any idea how this looks? The board is already rattled. If they think you're being led around by a contractor you're sleeping with, it's over. They'll vote you out. They'll install a puppet, everything you've built." "She's not leading me around." Even as he said it, he knew it was a lie. Myra was leading him somewhere he'd never been, toward a version of himself that didn't rely on lies. Then what is she? A distraction you can't afford. Selene leaned forward, palms on his desk. "We had a deal, Adrian. You run the empire. I manage the reality around it. The politics, the perceptions, the narrative. Your little adventure with Miss Lane is a narrative disaster. It makes you look weak. It makes us look divided. It puts all of it in jeopardy." She was right. Every word was strategically sound. This was the cost. The bill for the brownstone, for the touch, for the truth, was coming due. "What do you want, Selene?" "I want you to end it, cleanly. Professionally." She finishes her contract, she leaves, and we repair the damage. We tell the board she was a necessary shock to the system, but the system is now stable. We are stable. Her eyes held his, unblinking. "That's the deal. That's always been the deal. Or have you decided the empire isn't worth protecting anymore?" It was an ultimatum from his most valuable, most dangerous ally. He thought of Myra's face in the morning light. Tourists go home. He looked at Selene, the architect of his public life, the keeper of his secrets, the embodiment of the cold logic that had built his throne. He had a choice: the truth with all its glorious, messy, catastrophic risk, or control. Adrian Cross sat back in his chair, the leather groaning. He steepled his fingers, his face settling into its familiar, impenetrable mask. "Schedule a press briefing," he said, his voice devoid of all emotion. "We'll announce the successful completion of the security overhaul and the departure of the consulting firm. Frame it as a triumph, a return to strength." A slow, victorious smile spread across Selene's face. She had her answer. He had chosen control. He had chosen the empire. He had chosen the lie. "I'll take care of it," she said softly, and left his office. Alone, Adrian turned his chair back to the window. The city stood, solid and imposing. His kingdom. He had just signed the order to send Myra away. To label what happened a consulting contract. To erase the brownstone, the touch, the truth from the official record. It was the smart move. The only move. So why did the victory taste like dust, and the skyline he owned look, for the first time, like the bars of a very large, very empty cage? Chapter 9. Entering his world. The email from Claire arrived at 10:03 a.m. with a subject line that felt like a shove. Formal invitation, Cross Industries annual gala. Myra was in her Astoria apartment, trying and failing to focus on a proposal for a new client. The morning's cold retreat from Adrian's brownstone sat in her stomach like a stone. His businesslike 3 p.m. meeting loomed, a wall she'd have to scale in a professional costume. And now this. The email was sleek, corporate, and utterly impersonal. It invited Ms. Myra Lane, principal consultant of Lane's security audits and guest, to the most exclusive, flashy, self-congratulatory event in the cross-industries calendar. Attire, black tie. RSVP required. It wasn't an invitation. It was a summons, a strategic deployment. Her phone rang, a blocked number. She knew who it was. "You got the invitation." Adrian's voice was stripped of the roughness from the morning, back to its clean CEO frequency. "I'm a contractor. I don't go to galas." "You do now. It's expected, after the visibility of your work." He paused. "Selene will be there, the entire board, major investors. It's important you're seen." Seen as what? The brilliant auditor, the secret mistress, the temporary distraction being paraded before being retired. "Is this part of the 3 p.m. discussion?" she asked, her voice tight. "Consider it a separate agenda item. The car will pick you up at 7. The line went dead. He de-hung up. No debate, no consideration. She was being inserted into his world on his terms to serve a purpose she didn't yet understand. The man from the brownstone was gone, buried under layers of imperative. 3 p.m., his office. He was behind his desk, the skyline at his back. He looked like he'd been carved from the same cold marble as the building. There was no trace of the man who'd watched her sleep. "The remediation plan," he began, sliding a bound document toward her. "I've reviewed it. It's approved. Implementation begins Monday." She took it. It was her work, now stamped with his seal. It felt like a transaction, payment for services rendered. She half expected an invoice to be paperclipped to the back. "The gala," she said, not sitting down. "Why?" He leaned back, steepling his fingers. A boardroom pose. "Perception is currency. Right now, there's a narrative that you exposed weakness. We need to shift that. You will be presented as a key ally, a valued partner in our renewed strength. It neutralizes the board's criticism and reassures investors." It was flawless logic, cold, manipulative, and effective. And Selene, Myra asked, the name a challenge. How does she fit into this narrative of valued partners? A flicker of something, irritation, fatigue in his eyes. Selene understands the requirements of the narrative. She'll play her part. Play her part. The phrase made Myra's skin crawl. They were all actors in Adrian's play. She had a new role, the triumphant consultant. Selene had hers, the loyal strategist. And Adrian was the director, moving them around the stage. "So I'm to stand there in a gown and smile while you and Selene present a united front. That's my part." "Your part," he said, his voice dropping, losing some of its polish, "is to stand there and remind everyone, including me, that you exist, that what you represent exists, outside the narrative." The raw honesty of it after the corporate speech startled her. It was a glimpse of the crack in the foundation. He needed her there as a touchstone to the truth, even as he built the lie higher around them. It was the most twisted compliment she'd ever received. "The car will be there at 7, he repeated, a gentle dismissal. The gala was at the Metropolitan Museum in the Temple of Dendyr Room. It was a world of liquid light, soaring glass, and the low, expensive hum of power. Myra walked in alone, in a simple column of black silk that felt like both armor and a target. She had no guest. She was immediately swallowed by the spectacle. Billionaires, socialites, politicians, all moving in a choreographed ballet of air kisses and calculated compliments. The air smelled of gardenias, champagne, and ambition. She saw Adrian almost immediately. He was the still point in the turning world. He wore a tuxedo that looked like it had been tailored onto him, and he was holding court with a circle of older men, his expression one of engaged command. And beside him, attached to his arm like an exquisite matching accessory, was Selene. Selene wore gold, a dress that seemed poured onto her, catching every light. She laughed at something one of the men said, her head tilted toward Adrian, her hand resting lightly on his sleeve. The picture was perfect, powerful, united. Myra felt a hot, sharp sting of something that was not quite jealousy, but more like understanding. This was his reality, this glittering, seamless facade. The brownstone was the fantasy. This was the fact. She turned to get a drink, anything to have something to do with her hands. Ah, the ghost in the machine, in the flesh. She turned. James Lowell, the purple-faced board member, stood there, holding a brimming glass of scotch. His smile was all teeth. "Mr. Lowell." "I must say you clean up well," he said, his eyes crawling over her dress. "Though I preferred you in your natural habitat." Skulking around server rooms, sowing distrust. "I diagnose vulnerabilities," she said, her voice cool. The distrust was already there. He chuckled, a wet, unpleasant sound. "Spunky. I can see why Adrian finds you entertaining, a change from the usual polished types." He nodded toward Adrian and Selene. "But entertainment has a short run, my dear, especially when the main attraction requires such a steady, guiding hand." He took a large swallow of his drink. "Enjoy the party. It's likely the last one of this caliber you'll attend." He melted back into the crowd, leaving her feeling exposed, soiled. Ignore him. He's a dinosaur who thinks wealth is a personality. Myra turned. A handsome man in his 30s with an easy smile and kind eyes stood there. He offered a hand. "Mark Henderson. My father's company just merged with Cross." She shook his hand. "Myra Lane." "The security prophet. I've heard the stories. You terrified my dad's entire IT department. I think it's brilliant." His grin was genuine. This crowd needs a good terrifying now and then. He was a breath of fresh air. Normal, human. They talked for 10 minutes about stupid corporate passwords and the absurdity of black tie fundraisers. He made her laugh, a real laugh that loosened the knot in her chest. Then she felt a shift in the air, a pressure. Adrian was standing a few feet away, watching them. His expression was neutral, but his eyes were dark, intent. Selene was no longer on his arm. He was alone. He crossed the space in a few strides. "Henderson," he said with a curt nod. "Adrian, just getting to know your secret weapon here. She's a riot." "I'm sure." Adrian's gaze shifted to Myra. "I need to borrow Ms. Lane. Investor introduction." It wasn't a request. Mark, perceptive, picked up on the tension. "Of course, don't let me monopolize her. Myra, a pleasure." He gave her a warm smile and drifted away. Adrian took her elbow, his grip firm. He didn't lead her to any investors. He steered her through a side archway into a quieter, shadowy corridor lined with ancient stone sarcophagi. He released her, turning to face her. The noise of the gala was a distant murmur. Here, it was just the hum of climate control and the weight of his stare. "You looked like you were enjoying yourself," he said, his voice low. "I was." He was nice. "Henderson is a dilettante. His father's money. He flits from one shiny thing to the next." The possessiveness in his tone was unmistakable. After the coldness, the strategic distancing, this raw, jealous heat was a shock. "Is that what I am? A shiny thing?" He stepped closer, his body blocking the light from the main room. The controlled facade was gone, eroded by champagne and the sight of her laughing with another man. "You are the most infuriating, dangerous, necessary thing in my life. And seeing you here in the middle of this pageant," He shook his head, a muscle ticking in his jaw. It's wrong. You don't belong here. You're the one who invited me. I know. He breathed out, the sound ragged. I thought I could manage it, seeing you across the room playing your part, but I can't. His hand came up, not touching her, but hovering near her cheek. This is all a lie, Myra. This room, that performance with Selene, all of it. The only real thing is you, and I'm trying to hold on to it in the middle of the lie, and it's tearing me apart. The confession was ripped from him, raw and desperate. This was the crack widening. This was the truth bleeding through the narrative. She looked up at him, at the torment in his eyes, and the last of her professional resolve crumbled. He was a mess, a magnificent, powerful, crumbling mess, and she was the cause. He bent his head, his lips a breath from hers. Tell me to go back out there, he whispered against her mouth. Tell me to play my part. She didn't tell him anything. She closed the final inch, her lips meeting his. It was nothing like the kiss in the brownstone. That was hunger, discovery. This was defiance. A silent scream against the gala, the board, Selene, the lie. It was salty with the taste of her own confusion and his desperation. When they broke apart, they were both breathing heavily. The sound of applause drifted from the main hall. Someone was giving a speech. He rested his forehead against hers. I don't know how to do this, he admitted, the billionaire brought low by a simple truth. Before she could answer, a cool, familiar voice sliced through the dim corridor. Adrian, they're calling for you, for the toast. Selene stood at the entrance to the hallway, a silhouette against the glittering light. She had seen everything. Her face was a mask of perfect, icy calm. She didn't look at Myra. Her eyes were only for Adrian. The narrative, she said, the word a whip crack, requires you now. She turned and walked away, expecting him to follow. Adrian looked at Myra, his eyes full of a silent, agonized apology. Then he straightened his tuxedo jacket, the mask sliding back into place. The moment of truth was over. The play was back on. Go home, he said to her, his voice hollow. I'll call you. He turned and followed Selene back into the light, leaving Myra alone in the dark corridor with the ancient, silent dead. She had entered his world, and she had just seen, with terrible clarity, that it was a world where the truth was always sacrificed on the altar of the narrative, and she was no longer sure which side of the altar she was on. Chapter 10, A Love Built on Silence. He didn't call. For 3 days, Myra's phone was a silent, accusatory brick. The remediation plan was signed, but the implementation was handed off to an internal project manager, a polite, efficient man who reported to Selene. Myra's access to cross-industries systems was officially revoked. The last thread of professional connection was cut, clean and surgical. It was over. The gala had been the final, chaotic scene. Selene had seen them. The narrative had been breached. Adrian had chosen, as he always would, to repair the facade. Myra threw herself into other work. She took calls with new clients, drafted proposals, ran diagnostics on a hospital's patient database. It was good work, necessary work. It felt like ashes in her mouth. On the 4th day, a package arrived at her apartment. No return address. Heavy, rectangular. She opened it with a sense of dread. Inside, wrapped in plain black tissue paper, was a first edition of F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby. The binding was cracked. The pages smelled of old libraries and quiet longing. A single, plain white card was tucked in the front cover. No signature. Just 2 words in a sharp, familiar hand. For the tourist, her throat tightened. It was a weapon disguised as a gift. A reminder of the gala, of Mark Henderson's easy charm, of the world she'd been a tourist in, and it was an apology. a confession, a reaching out in the only language he seemed to know, the language of objects, of quiet, expensive gestures that screamed what he couldn't say. She traced the embossed title on the cover. It was a book about a man who built a glittering empire for a love he could never truly have, a love that ultimately destroyed him. The symbolism was not subtle. She didn't text him. She didn't call. She placed the book on her shelf between a network security textbook and a worn copy of Pride and Prejudice, a monument to a beautiful, doomed mistake. That night at 11:47 p.m., her buzzer sounded, not the phone. The actual, ancient buzzer to her apartment building's front door. She went to the intercom. Yes. Silence, then his voice, ragged and stripped bare. It's me. Her heart stopped. She didn't ask who. She knew. She pressed the button to unlock the downstairs door. She opened her apartment door and waited. She heard his footsteps on the stairs, heavy, deliberate. He appeared at the top of the landing, dressed in dark jeans and a black sweater, looking like he hadn't slept in days. He carried no briefcase, no armor. He stopped a few feet away, just looking at her, his eyes shadowed. "The book," he finally said, his voice rough. "It's beautiful and depressing." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "It's the truth." She stepped back, letting him in. He walked into her small living room, seeming to fill it, make it shrink. He didn't sit. He stood in the center, looking at her books, her plants, the evidence of her real life. "Why are you here, Adrian?" He turned to face her. "Because I can't be where I'm supposed to be." "And where's that?" "At a strategy dinner with Cellini and the Japanese investors, planning the next conquest, saying the right words." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of pure exhaustion. "I sat there, looking at the menu, and all I could think was that you'd hate the sea urchin, that you'd call the champagne pretentious, that you'd rather be here, reading a book." He looked at her, his gaze desperate. "I left. I walked out. I just left." The image was staggering. Adrian Cross walking out on a multi-million-dollar deal dinner. It was an act of professional insanity. "Cellini will be furious," Myra said, because it was the only safe thing to say. "I don't care." He took a step toward her. "I spent 3 days trying to go back to the plan, to the silence, to the lie I caw. It's like trying to breathe in a vacuum." He stopped, close enough that she could see the flecks of gray in his stubble, the faint tremor in his hands. "I don't know how to do this, Myra. I don't know how to have you. But I know I can't have anything if it means not having you, even if having you is this. In the dark, in secret, built on silence." It was the worst love declaration she'd ever heard. It was an admission of failure, a blueprint for a relationship made of hidden corners and unspoken truths, a love built on the very cracks she'd warned him about. And it was the most honest thing anyone had ever offered her. She reached out, her hand finding his fingers laced with hers, tight, almost painful. "This is a terrible idea," she whispered. "I know. It's going to blow up. Yes, I know. People will get hurt. They already are." She looked up at him, at the raw need in his eyes, a need that finally matched her own. He was choosing the truth, even if he had to hide it. He was choosing her, even if he had to lie to the world to do it. It was the beginning of the end. She knew it. He knew it. She led him to her bedroom. It wasn't like the brownstone. There was no forgotten grandeur, no dust-covered piano. It was just her room, simple and real. They didn't speak. Words were the enemy now. Words led to plans, to strategies, to lies. This was just touch. The silent, desperate language of skin and breath and shared, catastrophic understanding. It was not triumphant. It was a surrender. A mutual collapse into a truth too big for the daylight. Later, he lay beside her in the dark, his arm a heavy, warm weight across her waist. The city's glow filtered through her blinds, painting stripes across the ceiling. "It can't be like the gala," she said into the darkness. "No more parties, no more valued partner charades. I can't watch that." "It won't," he murmured into her hair. "Publicly, you're done. The contract is over. The narrative is sealed." "And privately." He was silent for a long time. "Privately, this is all there is. This room, me, you, nothing else exists." It was a fantasy, a beautiful, impossible fantasy, but she wanted to believe it, just for tonight, just for as long as the silence held. "Okay," she whispered. He pulled her closer, his body curving around hers. They didn't make plans. They didn't discuss the future. They simply held onto each other in the silent dark, building a fragile, secret world on a foundation of everything they couldn't say. It was a love built on silence. And for now, in the quiet hum of her apartment, with the weight of his truth against her back, it was enough. Chapter 11. The Other Woman's Role. The dinner with the Japanese investors was a spectacular, quiet disaster. Adrian's empty chair sat at the head of the table like a tombstone. Selene had smiled until her jaw ached, spinning a tale of a sudden, critical international call that only the CEO could handle. She'd charmed, she'd deferred, she'd promised follow-ups. She desalvaged the deal through sheer force of will and the unspoken threat of her family's connections. By the time the last investor was safely in a town car, the smile was gone, replaced by a cold, razor-sharp fury. She didn't go home. She went back to the Cross Tower, to her office, which was a mirror of Adrian's in its austerity, but softer at the edges. A curated, feminine version of power. She poured herself a neat vodka, the good stuff from Poland, and stood at her own window. Her reflection was flawless. The gold dress from the gala was gone, replaced by silk pajamas. Her face showed nothing, but inside she was mapping the battlefield. Adrian was compromised, not by a business rival, not by market forces, by a feeling, by the auditor. Myra Lane, the woman with the quiet voice and the disruptive truth. Selene had seen the look in his eyes in the museum corridor, a look of such raw, desperate possession it had stolen her breath. She'd seen it years ago, aimed at her. Briefly, before he learned that feelings were a luxury empires could not afford. He'd forgotten the lesson, and in forgetting, he'd broken their most fundamental rule: the empire comes first. Always. She'd given him a chance after the gala. She'd waited for him to come to his senses, to re-establish the distance, to let the contractor fade back into the anonymous pool of talent. She'd even orchestrated the graceful exit, the project handoff, the revoked access, the closed file, but he hadn't let it fade. He'd sent a book. A first edition, no less. A romantic, idiotic, transparent gesture. And then he'd walked out on the Sado deal. This was no longer a dalliance. This was a rebellion, and Selene Ward did not put down rebellions. She eradicated them. She picked up her phone and dialed a number from memory. It was answered on the second ring. "Ms. Ward." The voice was male, calm, professional. "I need a background, deep. Myra Lane, everything. Education, finances, former relationships, family, digital footprint. The kind of deep that finds the skeletons she doesn't know she's buried." She paused. "And I need surveillance, discreet, starting tonight. I want to know where she goes, who she sees, especially if she sees him outside the tower." "Understood. Budget." "Unlimited, and speed is of the essence." She hung up. The first move. Information was always the first move. She finished her vodka, the liquid fire grounding her. She wasn't jealous. Jealousy was for amateurs, for women who defined themselves by a man's attention. Selene defined herself by her position, her power, her indispensable role in the ecosystem of Adrian's empire. Myra Lane threatened that ecosystem. Therefore, Myra Lane was a threat to her. This was business, but as she sat in the dark, a memory, unbidden and unwelcome, surfaced. Herself, 5 years younger, in a hotel room in Dubai. Adrian, fresh off a brutal winning negotiation, his eyes alight with a fierce, shared triumph. He looked at her not as a strategic asset, but as a partner in the thrill. He'd kissed her with a hunger that felt like the beginning of something, not just an alliance, a dynasty. It had lasted 6 months. The thrill had faded into routine, the passion into polite coordination. He ended it with the same clinical precision he ended underperforming divisions. This is a distraction we can't afford, Selene. We're more valuable to each other as allies. And he'd been right. They built something formidable from the ashes of that brief fire. She had accepted the logic. She had even come to prefer it. The power was cleaner, sharper, without the messy blur of emotion. But seeing him look at Myra with that same forgotten hunger, it didn't bring back the old feeling. It ignited a colder, more profound emotion, betrayal. He was changing the rules. He was offering the forbidden fruit, the messy, dangerous, real thing to someone else after telling her it was poison. He was saying the empire could afford it. For her. For Myra. That was a lie she could not forgive. Her computer chimed. An email from her contact. Preliminary findings on Myra Lane were already flowing in. Clean. Too clean. State school on scholarship. Top of her class. No social media to speak of. A mortgage on the Astoria apartment. A mother in a nursing home in Pennsylvania. A father deceased. A life of disciplined, quiet independence, no obvious leverage, no dirty secrets. Selene smiled. Everyone had a pressure point. You just had to find the right angle of attack. Myra's pressure point was her integrity, her belief in truth, her professional reputation. Selene began to type. A new narrative, not for the board this time, for the world. To all cross-industries department heads. From Selene Ward, Head of Corporate Strategy. Subject, Post-Implementation Security Review and Lessons Learned. As we move forward from the recent security overhaul, it is crucial we document both successes and areas for growth. While the external audit provided a valuable initial shock to the system, several of its more extreme findings have been reassessed by our internal team. Certain proposed protocols were deemed overly invasive and detrimental to operational fluidity. She wrote with a surgeon's precision. She didn't attack Myra directly, she subtly undermined her. She reframed Myra's brutal honesty as alarmist, her rigorous solutions as impractical. She planted the seed. The auditor was talented, but she didn't understand the human element of the business. She was an outsider whose perspective, while initially useful, required moderation. It was a slow poison. A drip, drip, drip of professional doubt that would seep into the industry. When Selene was done, Myra Lane wouldn't be seen as a brilliant truth-teller. She'd be seen as a useful but flawed tool, one whose contract had rightly been concluded. It would wound Myra where she lived, in her credibility. And a wounded animal, Selene knew, often made mistakes, often ran to where it thought it was safe. She finished the email and sent it. She leaned back, staring at the city lights. Adrian thought he could have his secret truth and his public empire. He thought he could manage her, Myra, the board, all of it. He was wrong. She, Selene, was the strategist. She was the one who truly managed the ecosystem. And she had just decided that the ecosystem required the removal of an invasive species. The other woman's role was not to weep or plead, it was to win. And Selene Ward had never lost a war. Chapter 12, Emotional Cheating. The lie became a routine, a stolen architecture. Tuesday and Thursday nights belonged to the silence of Myra's apartment. There were no dates, no flowers, just him showing up after 10 p.m., sometimes with the scent of a different boardroom on his clothes, sometimes with the distant buzz of a charity event still in his eyes. He would shed his suit like a second skin, and for a few hours, the Adrian Cross who owned the city would vanish. In his place was a man who listened to her talk about her mother's new medication, who argued with her about the best Thai place in Queens, who fell asleep with his face buried in her hair, breathing like a man who had finally found land after years at sea. Monday, Wednesday, Friday belonged to the empire. To public dinners with Selene on his arm, to strategy sessions where her cool intelligence was the perfect complement to his driven focus. They were a perfectly calibrated public instrument. He would catch her watching him sometimes, her gaze speculative, knowing. She never mentioned Myra. She just managed. She smoothed the edges his distraction created. She covered for his sudden, unexplained absences. She was the silent, efficient keeper of the lie he was living, and her complicity was a debt that grew heavier every day. He was emotionally cheating on both of them. With Myra, he was cheating on his own nature, the ruthless, isolated king. He was giving her pieces of a self he'd sworn didn't exist. The self that could be tired, that could be uncertain, that craved quiet over conquest. With Selene, he was cheating on the partnership that had built his throne. He was using her brilliance, her loyalty, her network to maintain the facade that enabled his secret life. He was asking her to be the public wife while he kept a private heart. The strain was a hairline fracture in fine crystal, invisible but weakening the whole structure. The breaking point came on a Friday, a major philanthropic award dinner. Adrian was being honored. Black tie, press, speeches. Selene had planned every detail. The seating chart was a masterpiece of influence. The talking points were laser-focused on the Cross Industries brand of innovative philanthropy. Myra knew about it. He told her, staring at her ceiling the Thursday night before. "I have to be there, it's significant." She traced a finger along his collarbone. "I know, it's your world, go be brilliant." He'd kissed her, a deep, grateful kiss that tasted like guilt. At the dinner, seated at the dais between a senator and a tech mogul, Adrian performed. He gave a gracious, humble speech Selene had mostly written. He smiled for the cameras. He was the picture of the benevolent billionaire. And all he could think about was Myra, probably in her pajamas, reading a book on her couch. The simplicity of it was a physical ache. During dessert, Selene leaned over, her perfume a familiar cloud. "The Times reporter is at table 7. She's doing a profile. You should go smile at her. Make it personal. Mention the Veterans Initiative." He nodded, the good soldier. As he made his way through the room, shaking hands, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. A text. He discreetly glanced at it under the pretense of checking the time. It was from Myra, a photo, her living room window streaked with rain. The caption, "The city looks cleaner in the rain," less like a circuit board, more like a place people live. A simple observation. A tiny window into her quiet night. It was a gift, a thread connecting him to the real world. He smiled, a real one this time, and typed back a single heart emoji. He never used emojis. It felt reckless, stupid, wonderful. He hit send. And as he looked up from his phone, his smile still lingering, he locked eyes with Selene across the crowded room. She was standing with the Times reporter, a polite smile on her face, but her eyes were on him. She had seen the genuine smile, the glance at the phone, the private moment in the public storm. She knew. She knew the text wasn't from a business contact. She knew he was, in that moment, miles away from this room, from her, from the award in his name. Her expression didn't change, but something in her eyes went flat and cold, like a lake freezing over. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. He finished his obligations, gave more hollow smiles, made more empty promises. Selene was flawless, charming, the perfect partner. But the silence between them as they rode back to the tower in his car was arctic. In the elevator up to their respective floors, she finally spoke, her voice a quiet blade in the polished steel box. "The profile will be favorable. I shaped the narrative." "Thank you, Selene. Your work is, as always, impeccable." The doors opened on her floor. She didn't step out immediately. She turned to him, her face a beautiful, impassive mask. "A piece of advice, Adrian," she said, her tone conversational. "When you're building something lasting, you have to be careful where you place your sentiment. It's like water. In the right channels, it's a power source. In the wrong places, it erodes the foundation." She met his gaze, her own as clear and hard as diamond. "Don't let a little rain wash away everything you've built." She stepped out and the doors closed, leaving him alone with the echo of her warning. He went to his penthouse, but he couldn't stay. The silence was a scream. The award on his desk was a piece of metal. He changed out of his tuxedo, threw on jeans and a hoodie, a disguise, and left. He stood outside Myra's apartment building in the drizzle, not buzzing up. He just stood there looking up at her lighted window. He was a billionaire in a hoodie, hiding from his own life in the rain. His phone buzzed. A text from Selene. "The Sado deal documents need your final review by 9 a.m. I'll have them on your desk. Don't be late." The Empire calling him back to order. He looked at Myra's window, then down at the phone. The two poles of his fractured world. He was emotionally cheating. And he was running out of places to hide. He didn't buzz up. He turned and walked back into the rain, back toward the tower, back to the life that was slowly becoming a prison of his own design. The guilt was no longer just a feeling. It was a cage, and with every lie, every stolen moment, every text sent from a dais, he was welding the bars tighter around himself. Chapter 13. Her doubt begins. The rain fell for 2 days, a steady gray curtain that matched the mood settling over Myra. The high of the secret, the thrill of the forbidden, had worn thin, eroded by the reality of his absences, the weight of his silence when he wasn't with her. The heart emoji from the award dinner had been a shock, a tiny digital vulnerability that had made her smile for hours. But the smile had faded when he didn't come that night. When he didn't text to explain, when Thursday came and went without him. A terse message, tied up in Tokyo, back Sunday, tied up. The words were a business cliché, but they felt like a rope binding him to a world she wasn't part of. She tried to focus on her own work. She had a new client, a nonprofit worried about donor data. It was good, clean work. But her mind kept drifting to her shelf, to the first edition of Gatsby, a gift that felt less like a love letter and more like an epitaph for something already dying. On Saturday, she met an old friend from college, Chloe, for brunch in the village. Chloe was a journalist, sharp, cynical, and unimpressed by billionaires. "So," Chloe said, stabbing a piece of avocado toast, "the mystery man, he's still in the picture." "He's complicated." "They're all complicated, honey. The question is he available complicated or married complicated?" "He's not married." "Girlfriend, fiancé, strategically essential life partner who gets pictured with him at every gala." Chloe's eyebrow arched. She'd seen the photos from the award dinner in the Times business section. Adrian Cross looking regal, Selene Ward glowing beside him. The caption, "Philanthropic Power Couple Celebrates Innovation." Myra looked down at her coffee. It's not like that. With her, it's business. Chloe wasn't buying it. Listen, I've covered these people. Their lives are mergers and acquisitions, even the personal ones. That woman, Selene Ward, she's not just an employee. She's part of his brand. She's equity. You don't just walk away from equity without a massive, public, bloody shareholder battle. The words landed with the weight of truth. A shareholder battle. That's what she was in the middle of. A silent, secret takeover attempt of Adrian Cross's heart against an entrenched, powerful incumbent. What do I do? The question slipped out, small and lost. Chloe's expression softened. You decide what you're worth. Is he worth being a secret? Is he worth waiting for scraps of time between board meetings? Is he worth the day you inevitably see a headline announcing his engagement to the Ice Queen? She reached across the table, squeezed Myra's hand. You're the smartest person I know. You can hack any system, but you can't hack a man's commitment. He either gives it or he doesn't. The conversation left her raw. She walked home through the damp streets, Chloe's words echoing, scraps of time. That night, unable to sleep, she did the thing she'd avoided for weeks. She Googled them. Adrian Cross Selene Ward. The results were a curated slideshow of a perfect life. Charity galas, opening nights, yacht christenings. They were always together. Always in sync, his hand on the small of her back, her head tilted toward him, listening. The articles used words like formidable duo, strategic alliance, the power behind the throne. One society blog, 2 years old, asked, when will Wall Street's most elusive power couple make it official? She clicked on a video from a financial summit. Adrian was on a panel talking about market disruption. The camera cut to Selene in the audience, watching him with an expression of fierce, proprietary pride. It was the look of a co-owner. Myra closed her laptop. The apartment felt very small, very quiet. He had told her it was over with Selene, a business partnership. He had said the public appearances were a narrative. But narratives had power. They shaped reality. And the narrative was clear. Adrian and Selene were a unit. She, Myra, was the footnote, the typo in the margin. The doubt, once seated, grew fast and wild. Was he lying? Not about his feelings, perhaps. She believed he felt something for her, something real and terrifying to him. But was he lying about the cost? About his ability to ever choose her in the light? Or was he just hoping she'd be satisfied with the shadows indefinitely? On Sunday evening, her buzzer rang. Her heart leapt, then immediately sank into a weary thud. She knew who it was. She let him up. He looked exhausted. Jet-lag shadows under his eyes, his hair slightly disheveled. He carried the tension of the Tokyo trip in his shoulders. He walked in and pulled her into a hug, burying his face in her neck. He smelled of airplane and expensive coffee. "I missed you," he murmured, his voice thick. She held him, but her arms felt stiff. The doubt was a wall between them. He pulled back, searching her face. "What's wrong?" She walked to the window, wrapping her arms around herself. "I saw the pictures from the award dinner. You and Selene, you look seamless." He sighed, a sound of profound fatigue. "Myra, we've been over this. It's a performance. It means nothing." "It means something to the world. It means something to her." She turned to face him. What happens when the performance requires an encore, a bigger stage? What happens when the narrative demands a wedding announcement? He flinched as if struck. "That's not going to happen." How can you be sure? You said she's vital to your company, that she manages your reality. What happens when managing that reality requires making the narrative permanent? He was silent, his jaw working. He had no answer, because the answer was the unthinkable choice he'd been avoiding, her or the empire. I can't live in the shadows forever, Adrian, she said, her voice quiet but clear in the still room. I can't be your secret. I won't be the thing you hide from the world you built. He crossed the room in 2 strides, his hands coming up to frame her face. His eyes were desperate. You're not a secret. You're the only real thing I have. Everything else is noise, infrastructure. Then break the infrastructure, she whispered, the challenge hanging in the air between them. He stared at her, his breath coming fast. She could see the war raging inside him, the king versus the man, the empire versus the heart. He dropped his hands, turning away. He walked to her bookshelf, his back to her, his shoulders slumped in defeat. I can't, he said, the words barely audible. Not yet. It's not that simple. There are contracts, alliances, 1,000 moving parts. It wasn't a no, it was a not yet. But to Myra, in that moment, it felt like the same thing, a postponement of her life, a sentence to the shadows. The doubt crystallized into a cold, hard certainty. He loved her. She believed that, but he loved his empire more, and he would never risk it for her. The foundation of their secret, silent love had just developed a crack. And she didn't know if it could ever be repaired. Chapter 14. The Almost Confession. The week after Tokyo was a study in pressure. Selene was a silent, efficient vice, tightening her grip on every aspect of the business that touched his public life. Meetings were scheduled back to back. Press opportunities were doubled. She created a whirlwind of necessary activity that left him no room to breathe, let alone slip away. It was a message. The empire needs all of you. There is nothing left for her. At the same time, the distance from Myra was a physical ache. Her quiet apartment, her simple truths, had become his only source of oxygen. The memory of her challenge, break the infrastructure, echoed in the silent moments between deals. He was drowning in the space between 2 truths. On Wednesday, he broke. In the middle of a budget review for the Asia-Pacific division, a junior VP was droning on about currency fluctuations. Adrian stood up. Stop. The room froze, the VP paled. Everyone out now. They scrambled, chairs scraping, papers rustling. In 30 seconds, he was alone in the conference room. He braced his hands on the polished table, head bowed, breathing through the suffocating need to see her, to explain to something. He grabbed his phone and called her. It went to voicemail. He called again. Voicemail. A cold spike of fear drove through him. Was she done? Had he waited too long? He left the tower without telling anyone, not even Carter. He hailed a cab, a jarring human act, and gave Myra's address. The driver eyed him in the rearview mirror, maybe recognizing him, maybe just seeing a man coming apart at the seams. He stood on her street in the broad daylight, exposed. He didn't care. He buzzed her apartment. No answer. He buzzed again, holding the button down. Finally, her voice wary. Yes. It's me. Let me up. A long pause. Then the door lock buzzed. She was waiting at her open door, dressed in jeans and a faded college sweatshirt, her hair in a messy bun. She looked tired, beautiful, real. He walked in, the door clicking shut behind him. The familiar scent of her, clean laundry, coffee, her shampoo, hit him like a drug. I called, you didn't answer. I was at the market. Her voice was flat. I have a life, Adrian. It doesn't just pause when you're busy running the world. The barb landed. He deserved it. He paced her small living room, energy crackling off him. I can't do this anymore. She went very still. Do what? This. He gestured wildly between them at the walls of her apartment. The hiding, the lying, the scheduling my life around when I can steal a few hours with you, watching you fade while I pretend with her in front of cameras. He stopped, facing her, his chest heaving. I can't. Her face crumpled for a second, then smoothed into a mask of resignation. I see. No, you don't see. He crossed to her, taking her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. I don't mean I can't do us. I mean I can't do this version of us, this half-life. The words were tumbling out now, unstoppable, a confession breaking through a dam. You were right, I have to break the infrastructure, I have to choose, and I'm choosing you. Her eyes widened, disbelief warring with a desperate, fragile hope. What are you saying? I'm saying I'll end it with Selene. Publicly, professionally, I'll disentangle it. It will be a mess. It will cost me. But I'll do it, for this, for you. It was the truth, the raw, unvarnished, terrifying truth. He was ready to torch the carefully constructed narrative, the strategic alliance, the very bedrock of his public power, for the woman in front of him. For a moment, she just stared at him, and he saw the future in her eyes, a difficult, messy, real future built in the light. It was all he wanted. Then his phone rang. The sound was a shriek in the quiet room. He ignored it. It rang again. And again, the specific, persistent ringtone he'd assigned to one person, Selene. Myra's eyes flicked to the phone buzzing in his pocket. The hope in her eyes dimmed, replaced by a weary understanding. You should get that, she said softly. It doesn't matter. It does. She took a step back out of his grasp. It always matters. The phone stopped ringing. A second later, a text alert chimed, then another and another, a rapid-fire volley. Gut tightening, he pulled the phone out. The screen was a cascade of messages from Selene. Where are you? The Sato call is in 15. Their CEO is on the line. They're asking for you. Adrian, this is not a game. Get back here now. If you blow this over whatever this is, the board will have your head. I won't be able to stop them. The last text was a screenshot of a plummeting stock ticker. A headline, RUMORS of cross SAINTO deal, stalling send SHARES tumbling. The empire was crumbling in real time because he wasn't at his desk. The weight of it slammed back into him. The billions, the jobs, the investors, the fragile web of trust and power he'd spent a lifetime weaving. The cost of his choice was no longer an abstract future mess. It was a present tense catastrophe. He looked from the screaming phone to Myra's face. The light was gone from her eyes. She was watching him make the calculation, and she already knew the answer. You have to go, she said, her voice utterly devoid of emotion. Myra, this call, if I don't take it. I know, she nodded, a slow, final movement. You have to save your empire. It's what you do. It's who you are. It's not who I want to be with you. But it's who you are. She walked to the door and opened it. Go, take the call, fix it. He stood there, paralyzed, the truth he'd almost spoken turning to ash in his mouth. The almost confession hung in the air between them, a ghost of a future that had died before it could be born. This isn't over, he said, the words hollow even to him. Yes, it is, she whispered. He walked out the door. He didn't look back. He couldn't. He took the stairs down, 2 at a time, his phone already at his ear, his CEO voice snapping into place as Selene answered. Patch said through. Now. Tell them I was in a tunnel. He hit the street, the bright sun a mockery. He was already miles away, mentally in a boardroom, saving his kingdom. The almost confession was over. He had chosen, in the crucial moment, not the woman, but the crisis. He had chosen the infrastructure. And as his town car sped him back to the tower, he knew, with a sickening certainty, that he had just lost the only thing that had ever made the empire feel worth saving. Chapter 15. Evidence. The silence in Myra's apartment after he left was deafening. It wasn't the quiet of peace. It was the hollow, ringing silence of an abandoned mine. Go, take the call, fix it. He'd gone, he'd fixed it. The financial blogs reported by evening that the Cross-Sado deal was back on track after a brief technical delay. Stock prices stabilized. The empire was saved. She felt nothing. Not anger, not sadness, just a vast, cold emptiness. The almost confession had been a flare in the dark, showing her a path out of the shadows, and he had turned his back on it. He had chosen the scripted emergency over the real promise. He didn't come that night. He didn't text. On Thursday morning, a courier delivered a package to her door. Not a book this time. A small, sleek velvet box from a jeweler so exclusive it had no sign on its door. Inside, nestled on black satin, was a pair of earrings, dangling teardrops of black diamonds and platinum. They were breathtaking. They probably cost more than her car. There was no card. It was the most Adrian Cross gesture imaginable, an apology made of carbon and precious metal. A peace offering that was also a cage, beautiful, expensive, and utterly silent. She closed the box. She didn't try them on. She placed it on her shelf next to Gatsby, the two objects forming a tiny museum of her own foolishness. That afternoon, she forced herself to work. She had a final report to submit for the hospital client. As she was compiling data, an alert popped up on her encrypted monitoring system, a system she'd left running passively on a few key Cross Industries servers, a habit from her audit days. It wasn't spying. It was a digital tripwire. The alert was for a file access, a specific, highly restricted document, the Cross Industries' 5-year strategic partnership agreement and succession plan. The user who accessed it, S-Ward executive, Cellini. The timestamp, 4:18 a.m. that morning. Intellectually, Myra knew she should ignore it. She was no longer their auditor. It was none of her business. But the cold, hollow feeling in her chest ignited into a sharp, professional curiosity. What was Cellini Ward doing accessing a high-level succession document in the middle of the night? Her fingers flew across the keyboard. She wasn't hacking. She was using the backdoor access paths she herself had identified and documented in her original report, paths the remediation plan, now being moderated by Cellini's internal team, had likely failed to close properly. Paths that led to a digital vault of corporate records. She found the document. It was heavily encrypted, but the encryption protocol was one she'd flagged as vulnerable. It took her less than 20 minutes. She opened the file. It wasn't just a business plan. It was a blueprint for a dynasty. The document outlined a formal, binding merger of interests between Adrian Cross and Cellini Ward. It detailed not just business strategy, but asset co-management, mutual power of attorney clauses, and a clear, phased path for Cellini to assume an equal share of voting control in the event of Adrian's incapacity or strategic realignment. But the section that stopped her heart was Appendix B, Personal Partnership Addendum. It was a prenuptial agreement in all but name. It outlined the merger of their personal estates. It stipulated joint ownership of the penthouse, the Westchester House, the art collection. It contained a mutual public representation clause, committing them to maintain a unified public image as a strategic and personal unit. It had a date on it, signed 6 months ago. 6 months. Long before Myra had ever walked into the server room. The words blurred on the screen, strategic and personal unit. He had told her it was over, a business partnership. He had let her believe Selene was a ghost from the past, a necessary evil. This was not a ghost. This was a legally binding co-ownership of his entire life, past, present, and future. The narrative wasn't just spin, it was contractually obligated. The public appearances, the perfect smiles, the power couple headlines, they weren't just for show. They were fulfilling the terms of a deal that gave Selene Ward a claim to half of everything he was. The almost confession in her living room wasn't just him choosing the empire over her. It was him choosing a legally binding partnership with another woman over her. The earrings in the velvet box suddenly felt like a gag gift. A bribe for her silence, a payment for her willing blindness. A new, different kind of alert pinged on her system, a security flag. Someone was probing the backdoor she'd just used, not IT security. The access pattern was too elegant, too targeted. S-word executive. Selene knew. She de-left the document as bait, or she'd been monitoring access to it and Myra had taken it. Myra slammed her laptop shut, her heart hammering against her ribs. She wasn't scared. She was clear. The fog of doubt, of hope, of love burned away in the white-hot light of evidence. She had the truth now, not the emotional truth of his conflicted feelings. The factual, contractual, unforgivable truth of his lie. He hadn't just hidden a relationship. He had hidden a partnership. He had offered her a secret life in the shadows while his public, legal, binding life was permanently entwined with another woman, S. She stood up, her body moving on autopilot. She took the velvet jewelry box from the shelf. She took the first edition of Gatsby. She walked to her small balcony, overlooking the alley below. She didn't hesitate. She dropped the jewelry box over the railing. It vanished into the dimness below, a tiny, expensive splash in a puddle. She held the book for a moment longer, her fingers tracing the title. The story of a man who built a palace for a dream, who lied to everyone, including himself, and was destroyed by the truth. She let it go. It fell, pages fluttering like a wounded bird, and landed with a soft, final thud next to the glittering box. She went back inside, closed the balcony door, and locked it. Then she sat at her clean, empty desk and began to write an email. Not to Adrian, to her own lawyer. The evidence had been found. The trial was over. Now it was time for the verdict. Chapter 16. His Justifications. The penthouse had never felt so much like a prison. Adrian stood in the center of the vast, empty living room, the silence a physical presence. The Sato deal was saved, the stock had rebounded, the board was placated. It was a victory. It tasted like dust. Selene's calm, assessing gaze over the conference table that afternoon played in his mind. She hadn't mentioned his disappearance. She hadn't asked about Myra. She'd just been efficient, a perfect, cold partner. Her silence was a judgment more damning than any accusation. He knew he had to see Myra, to explain, to salvage the almost confession that had died on the vine. He couldn't lose her, not after feeling the terrifying, liberating truth of it on his tongue. He went to her apartment without calling. He needed to see her face. He buzzed, no answer. He buzzed again, nothing. He called her phone. It rang once and went straight to voicemail. She desent him to voicemail, a cold knot formed in his gut. He took the stairs 2 at a time, a sense of dread propelling him. He knocked on her door, not loud but persistent. After a long minute, the door opened. She stood there, fully dressed, her face pale and set. She didn't look surprised to see him. She looked resolved. "Myra, we need to talk." "There's nothing to talk about." Her voice was flat, devoid of the warmth, the curiosity, the life that had drawn him to her. "About what happened yesterday, the call." It's not about the call, Adrian. She stepped back, letting him in. The apartment felt different, neater, colder. He noticed it immediately. The book he'd given her was gone from the shelf. The space where it had been was a stark, empty rectangle. His eyes scanned the room, landing on her desk. Her laptop was closed. Next to it, face down, was a single sheet of paper. A corner of it was visible. It was a logo, her lawyer's firm. The dread turned to ice in his veins. What's going on? His own voice sounded strange to him. She didn't answer. She walked to her desk, picked up the paper, and turned it over. It wasn't a legal document. It was a printout, a screenshot. He recognized it instantly. The header, the signature blocks, Appendix B, Personal Partnership Addendum. The world tilted. How? You told me it was over, she said, her voice eerily calm. You told me she was a business partner. A necessary part of the narrative. She held the paper up. This isn't a narrative, Adrian. This is a merger. A binding, legal merger of your entire life with hers, signed 6 months ago. He felt exposed, flayed open. The lie he'd built their secret world upon was laid bare, in stark black and white. It's not what it looks like, he began, the CEO in him scrambling for a spin, a justification. Don't. The word cut through the air like a blade. Don't insult me, not anymore. She took a step closer, her eyes blazing with a pain so deep it had frozen into something harder. You let me believe I was asking you to choose between me and your company. But that wasn't it, was it? You were asking me to be your mistress while you were legally, financially, publicly bound to another woman. You were asking me to be a secret in a life you'd already legally promised to share. It's a business arrangement. The words exploded from him, raw and defensive. A safeguard for the company. It's about control, about succession, about protecting the empire from chaos if something happens to me. It has nothing to do with love. It has everything to do with it. She fired back, her composure finally cracking. You tied your life to hers. You gave her a claim to your homes, your art, your public identity. You promised her a future as your partner. And then you came to me and offered me what? The leftovers, the hidden hours, the truth you couldn't tell anyone else. She shook her head, tears of fury glittering in her eyes but not falling. You didn't just lie to me, Adrian. You made me an accomplice to your betrayal of her, and you made her the warden of my prison. The truth of her words hit him like a physical blow. He had compartmentalized it so completely, the legal Selene, the strategic Selene, the personal Myra. He had told himself the contract with Selene was a corporate document, no more meaningful than an insurance policy. But Myra was right. It was a promise, a foundational promise about the shape of his life, and he had broken it the moment he touched her. I can undo it, he said, the words desperate. I'll dissolve the agreement. It will be messy, expensive, but I can do it. Oh, will you? He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The scale of it crashed down on him. Dissolving it would be a war. A public, brutal war with Selene, who held the keys to his board's loyalty to half his major deals. It would destabilize the company he just saved. It would be the very chaos the agreement was designed to prevent. He saw the answer on his own face reflected in her eyes, the hesitation, the calculation. Her expression closed off completely. The last flicker of hope died. That's what I thought, she whispered. You can't or you won't, it's the same thing. She walked to the door and held it open. You need to leave. Myra, please, let me fix this. You can't fix a foundation that's made of lies. All you can do is tear the whole thing down, and you've already shown me you won't do that. She looked at him, and her gaze was final. The contract is over. The remediation plan is done. We are done. Don't come here again. Don't call me. Don't send me expensive trinkets to buy my silence." The word trinkets was a deliberate, vicious dig. She knew about the earrings. She rejected them. He was out of moves, out of justifications. The truth she'd uncovered was a wall he couldn't breach. He walked to the door, stopping in front of her. He wanted to touch her, to make her see, to undo the last 5 minutes. But he had lost the right. "I love you," he said, the words ripped from a place he didn't know he had. She didn't flinch. "Then you have a terrible way of showing it." He stepped into the hallway. He heard the soft, definitive click of the lock behind him. He stood there for a long moment, leaning his forehead against the cool wood of her door. The empire was intact. The deal was secure. The narrative was under control. He had won everything, and he had never felt so utterly, completely lost. Chapter 17. Love at its Peak. 3 weeks earlier. It was a Tuesday night, and the city below Adrian's penthouse was a river of light. But up here, in the small, closed world of Myra's apartment, none of that existed. They weren't in her bedroom. They were in the kitchen. She was standing at the stove, stirring a pot of tomato sauce from a jar she doctored with garlic and basil. He was sitting at her tiny, 2-person table, still in his suit pants and a white undershirt, his tie a dark coil on the back of a chair. He'd shown up unannounced, carrying the tension of a lost acquisition like a cloud around him. He hadn't spoken for 20 minutes, just sat at the table, watching her move. "You're staring," she said, not turning around. "I'm decompressing." "By watching me make pasta." "Yes." She glanced over her shoulder, a small smile playing on her lips. "You're weird." It was the most ordinary thing anyone had ever said to him. "You're weird." It made something tight in his chest loosen. The pasta water boiled over, hissing on the burner. She cursed softly, grabbing a towel. In the flurry of steam and movement, she bumped a wooden spoon off the counter. It clattered to the floor. He got up, picked it up, and handed it to her. Their fingers brushed. For a moment, they just stood there in her small, warm kitchen, the smell of garlic and boiling water between them. The lost deal, the empire, the board, Cellini, it all fell away. There was just this. Her in an old t-shirt and leggings, him in his undershirt, a wooden spoon, and a quiet understanding that didn't need words. "It's just pasta," she said, her voice soft. "It's perfect," he said, and he meant it. Later, they ate on the floor of her living room, bowls on the coffee table, a documentary about deep-sea explorers playing silently on the TV for light. He told her about the acquisition, not the boardroom version, but the stupid, human reason it fell apart, a rival CEO's ego over a perceived slight at a golf tournament 10 years prior. She listened, twirling pasta on her fork. So it wasn't the numbers, it was a grudge. "It's always a grudge," he said. "The numbers are just the battlefield." She nodded, absorbing this like it was a data point. "You should hire a corporate therapist or a historian, someone to track the feuds." He laughed, a real, unguarded sound that startled them both. "I'll put it in the budget." After they ate, she leaned back against the couch, and he lay down with his head in her lap. She ran her fingers through his hair, her touch slow and methodical. He closed his eyes. The weight of the day, the constant pressure of being on, began to dissolve under her fingertips. "What are you thinking about?" She murmured. "Nothing," he said, and it was the truth. For the first time in a decade, his mind was a quiet, peaceful blank. Not planning, not calculating, not defending, just being. "Liar," she whispered, but her voice was fond. He opened his eyes and looked up at her. In the blue flicker of the TV, her face was all soft shadows and gentle lines. She was looking down at him not with awe, not with greed, but with a simple, profound curiosity, as if he were the most fascinating puzzle she'd ever encountered. He reached up, his hand cupping the back of her neck, and pulled her down for a kiss. It wasn't hungry or desperate. It was slow, grateful. A silent thank you for the pasta, for the quiet, for the nothingness. They ended up falling asleep like that, him on the floor with a couch cushion under his head, her slumped against the couch, her hand still tangled in his hair. He woke at 3 a.m., stiff and disoriented. The TV was off. A blanket had been draped over him. Myra was asleep beside him on the floor, curled on her side, her face peaceful in the ambient city glow from the window. He watched her sleep, the rise and fall of her chest, the way her eyelashes fanned against her cheek. In that moment, he wasn't Adrian Cross, billionaire. He was just a man in a dark room, desperately in love with a woman sleeping on a floor next to him. The feeling was so vast, so terrifying, it felt like standing at the edge of the universe. He didn't wake her. He just lay there, memorizing the curve of her shoulder, the sound of her breathing, the perfect, ordinary miracle of her existence in his orbit. This was the peak. The secret, sacred summit they had climbed to in the dark. A place where love wasn't a transaction or a strategy. It was pasta on the floor. It was quiet, it was real. He knew even then with a chilling certainty that he couldn't stay here. The sun would rise, the empire would call. The lies would demand their due. But for that one endless night, he let himself believe that this small, warm, truthful space was the only empire that mattered. He closed his eyes, breathed in the scent of her shampoo and faint garlic, and surrendered to the dream. Present day. Adrian sat in the back of his town car, staring unseeing at the night city. The memory was a phantom limb, aching with a pain more acute than any business loss. That had been love at its peak. Fragile, honest, complete, and he had traded it for a signature on a contract, for the illusion of control, for the safety of a lie. The car pulled up to the tower. His kingdom awaited, silent and towering. He had reached the summit, and then, with his own hands, he had pushed them both off the cliff. Chapter 18, The Lie That Ends Everything. Selene Ward's power had never been in shouting, it was in timing. She waited 2 days after Myra's discovery, 2 days for the shock to settle into a cold, hard certainty in Adrian. 2 days for him to move through the tower like a ghost, giving orders by rote, his eyes vacant. 2 days for the story of the billionaire's mysterious distraction to become a whisper in the halls. Then she struck. It was Friday, the weekly C-suite leadership breakfast. A ritual. Bagels, coffee, and the quiet jockeying for Adrian's favor. He was there, pushing scrambled eggs around a plate, a hollowed-out version of himself. Selene arrived last, as she often did. She looked impeccable, a vision in ice blue silk. She carried no tablet. Only a single, cream-colored envelope. "Adrian," she said, her voice cutting through the low murmur. "A word, in private." He looked up, his gaze wary. The others fell silent, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. "It can wait," he said, his voice flat. "I'm afraid it can't." She placed the envelope on the table in front of him. "It concerns a matter of personal security and corporate liability." The words corporate liability were a spell. Every executive at the table straightened. Adrian stared at the envelope. He knew. He didn't know what was inside, but he knew it was the end of something. "We'll step outside," he said, standing. "No," Selene said, sweetly. "I think it's best if the leadership team is aware. Given the sensitive nature of the information and its potential impact on the company." She was boxing him in front of his own people, making the private public. Slowly, his fingers numb, Adrian picked up the envelope and opened it. Inside were photographs, high resolution, devastatingly clear. The first, him and Myra in the shadowy corridor of the museum during the gala. His hand was on her cheek, his body leaning into hers. Their lips were a breath apart. The look on his face was one of raw, desperate longing. It was a stolen moment of truth, frozen in time. The second, him just this past Tuesday, standing on the sidewalk outside Myra's apartment building in Astoria, looking up at her window. The photo was taken from across the street, through the rain. He looked like a lost boy. The third, a screenshot of a property record, the deed to the Westchester house. The owner listed was not just Adrian Cross, it was Cross and Ward Holdings, LLC, the legal entity created by their partnership agreement. Selene had connected the dots, the secret affair, the broken man outside her door, and the legal, binding truth that tied him and his assets to Selene. Adrian's blood ran cold. He looked up, meeting Selene's gaze. Her eyes were calm, victorious. This wasn't an emotional plea. It was a boardroom presentation. Exhibit A, his infidelity. Exhibit B, his instability. Exhibit C, their shared, legally entwined empire. These were delivered to me anonymously, Selene said, her voice clear and carrying in the silent room. A concerned party. Given your recent lapses in judgment and the sensitive nature of our partnership's holdings, I felt compelled to bring it to the group's attention. We have a duty to protect the company from reputational damage, from internal threats. The room was a tomb. No one breathed. They were all staring at the photos on the table. James Lowell, the board member, was the first to find his voice. Adrian, what is the meaning of this? Is this the same auditor, the one who caused all the trouble? Adrian couldn't speak. The lie was no longer his to control. It was out. It was here, on the conference table between the bagels and the cream cheese. Selene answered for him. It appears that Ms. Lane's professional relationship with Mr. Cross became deeply personal. A conflict of interest of the highest order, one that may have clouded his judgment during the security review and certainly seems to be affecting his performance now. She paused, letting the implication hang. Our partnership agreement has strict clauses regarding personal conduct that jeopardizes shared assets. This, she gestured to the photos, constitutes a clear jeopardy. She was invoking the contract, the very document Myra had found, using it as a weapon not to win him back, but to claim what was legally hers, control. Adrian finally found his voice. It was a rasp. This is a private matter. It stopped being private the moment it threatened the stability of a company worth $70 billion. Selene shot back, her composure flawless. Your personal life is your own, Adrian, until it becomes a liability on my balance sheet, and it has. She looked around the table, addressing the room. I am invoking Clause 12C of our partnership agreement, the right to assume temporary operational control in the event of a partner's conduct creating material risk. Until this situation is resolved and a plan is in place to mitigate the reputational fallout, I will be taking the lead on all external-facing strategy and communications. A soft, collective inhale around the table. A coup. A bloodless, legal, devastating coup. Adrian stared at her. The woman he had called a partner, the architect of his narrative. She wasn't just protecting the empire. She was seizing it, using his love for Myra as the crowbar. He had lied to protect his world from the truth of his heart, and now the lie had become the truth that destroyed it all. He stood up, the chair screeching behind him. The photos fluttered to the floor. He didn't look at his stunned executives. He didn't look at Selene's triumphant face. He just walked out. He walked past Claire's wide-eyed stare, into the private elevator, down to the garage. He got into his car and told Carter to drive. Nowhere. Anywhere. As the car slid into traffic, his phone began to vibrate. Calls from the board, texts from panicked investors, headline alerts. Cross Industries co-owner SEIZES operational control amid CEO personal conduct cloud. The lie was everywhere. The story was written. The narrative was complete. He had lost Myra to the truth. He had lost his empire to the lie. And in the back of the speeding car, Adrian Cross, the man who owned everything, finally understood the cost of the one thing he'd never been brave enough to own: his own honest heart. Chapter 19, Truth Uncovered. The story broke at 11:07 a.m. Myra was at a coffee shop near Columbia University, meeting a professor about a potential cybersecurity fellowship. Her phone, face up on the table, began to vibrate with a series of rapid-fire notifications. Not texts, news alerts. The first one made her stomach drop. Business Insider, crisis at Cross Industries. Co-owner Selene Ward assumes control as CEO Adrian Cross sidelined over personal conduct scandal. She stared at the words, personal conduct. The euphemism was a thunderclap. The professor, an older woman with kind eyes, noticed her pallor. Is everything all right, dear? I'm sorry, I have to go. She fled the coffee shop, her phone now a live wire in her hand. On the sidewalk, she opened the full article. There they were, the photos, the museum corridor, the intimacy of it captured in brutal clarity. His hand on her face, the longing in his eyes. The second photo, him in the rain outside her building, looking up, felt even more invasive. It was a portrait of obsession, of a man unraveling. The article was a masterclass in suggestive reporting. It named her. Myra Lane, 29, a cybersecurity consultant who conducted a recent, controversial audit of Cross Industries. It quoted sources close to the board, suggesting her audit findings may have been influenced by the clandestine relationship. It mentioned the partnership agreement between Cross and Ward, hinting at significant financial and operational entanglements that were now at risk. Her professional reputation, built on a decade of integrity, was being shredded in real time. She wasn't just the other woman. She was a corrupting influence, a home wrecker of corporate governance. Her phone rang. Chloe, Myra, Jesus Christ, have you seen this? I'm seeing it. Are you okay? Where are you? I don't know. She leaned against the cold brick of a building, the world tilting. The pedestrians streaming past her were a blur. Listen to me, Chloe's voice was sharp, protective. Do not talk to anyone, not a soul, not a reporter, not a friend from the industry, no one. They will twist everything. Go home, lock the door, I'm on my way. Chloe, they're saying I rigged the audit. They're saying whatever Selene Ward wants them to say. This is a takedown. Of him and of you, she's cleaning house. Now go home. Myra hung up, her legs carrying her on autopilot to the subway. On the train, people were reading the news on their phones. She saw her own face, a grainy LinkedIn photo, on someone's screen next to the headline. She turned away, heat flooding her cheeks. When she got to her apartment building, a man in a cheap suit was loitering near the front door. He perked up when he saw her. Ms. Lane, Rick Danner, New York Post, can you comment on the nature of your relationship with Adrian Cross? Did your romantic involvement begin before or after you were hired to audit his company? She shoved past him without a word, her hands shaking so badly she could barely get her key in the lock. She slammed the door behind her, leaning against it, breathing hard. The sanctuary was violated. The secret was a public spectacle. She went to her laptop, her professional instincts warring with a deep personal horror. She had to see the damage. Her email was a disaster zone. Dozens of messages, from colleagues subject lined, from potential clients politely reevaluating their needs. One from the hospital expressing concern and putting their project on indefinite hold. Her career was evaporating before her eyes. And the social media whispers, the comments on the business articles were a cesspool. Gold-digging consultant sees her payday. Another ethics-free techie. She probably planted the vulnerabilities herself to get close to him. She closed the laptop, pushing it away as if it were poisoned. The silence of her apartment was different now. It wasn't peaceful. It was the silence of a crime scene. She looked at the empty space on her shelf where Gatsby had been. She thought of the earrings at the bottom of the alley, trinkets for a secret. Now the secret was out, and all she had to show for it was a ruined reputation and a heart cracked down the middle. He had done this. His lies, his indecision, his catastrophic attempt to live two mutually exclusive truths had pulled her into the vortex and spat her out, broken and publicly shamed. The anger came then, a clean, white-hot flame burning away the shock and the hurt. It wasn't just the public humiliation. It was the violation of the thing she cherished most, her professional truth. He had made her a liar in the eyes of the world. He had turned her work into a tawdry subplot in his personal soap opera. Her phone buzzed again. A number she didn't recognize. She ignored it. It buzzed again. And again. On the fourth call, she answered, her voice a frozen monotone. What? Myra. It was him. Adrian. His voice was wrecked, hollowed out. Myra, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I never meant for this. Didn't you? The words were ice. You built a life on lies, Adrian. You signed a contract that tied you to her. You hid me in the shadows. What did you think was going to happen? That the truth would just politely stay hidden forever. She set me up. The photos show the truth. They show you. They show exactly what you were doing. She didn't create that moment in the museum. You did. She didn't make you stand in the rain outside my apartment. You did. All she did was turn the lights on. He was silent on the other end, the truth of her words a blunt force. You have to let me fix this, he whispered, a broken plea. You can't fix this. You can't unring this bell. My name is tied to yours in every scandal sheet in the country. My credibility is gone. You can't give that back to me. She took a shuddering breath. This is the cost, Adrian. This is the bill for the brownstone, for the secret nights, for the almost confession, and I'm the one paying it. I love you. The words were a ragged sob. It was too late. The words were just more noise in the hurricane. Then you should have loved me enough to be honest, she said, her voice trembling with finality. From the beginning. She ended the call. She powered off her phone. She dropped it onto the couch as if it were a venomous thing. The truth was uncovered. It was ugly and public, and it had destroyed everything in its path. She walked to the window, looking down at the alley where she'd thrown away his gifts. The evidence of their secret was gone. All that was left was the aftermath, playing out on 1,000 screens for everyone to see. She was no longer a tourist in his world. She was its most famous casualty. Chapter 20, Confrontation. He came for her at dusk. Myra saw the black town car slide to the curb from her window. It wasn't Carter driving. It was Adrian himself, his silhouette unmistakable behind the wheel. A billionaire driving his own car, a fugitive from his own life. She didn't move. She watched him get out, his movements stiff. He looked up at her window. He didn't buzz. He just stood there on the sidewalk, exposed, waiting. Let him wait. let him stand in the fading light while the world digested the ruin he'd made of them both. But the anger that had been a clean flame was now a cold, heavy stone. The spectacle of it, the waiting man, the watching woman, was its own kind of torture. She knew him. He wouldn't leave. He would stand there until the neighbors called the cops, until another photographer found him. With a sharp exhale, she pressed the buzzer to unlock the front door. She didn't open her apartment door. She left it ajar and walked back to the center of the living room, crossing her arms. She heard his footsteps on the stairs, slow, heavy. He appeared in the doorway. He looked ravaged. His shirt was wrinkled, his eyes bloodshot and shadowed. The man who owned everything looked like he hadn't slept in a week. "Myra," he breathed the word a wreck. "Close the door." He did, leaning back against it as if he needed the support. The small room felt charged, explosive. "I resigned," he said, the words raw, "from the board, stepped down as CEO, effective immediately." The statement should have been seismic. It landed with a dull thud. "Is that supposed to impress me?" Her voice was flat. "You blew up your life, so now I should forgive you." "It's not about impressing you. It's the truth. It's the only thing left I can give you." He ran a hand over his face. "Selene has control. The partnership, she'll use it to force a buyout or a dissolution. It's a war, and I started it the moment I walked into your server room. I'm just surrendering." "Don't." She took a step forward, her own anger finally breaking through the ice. "Don't you dare make this a grand, tragic gesture. Don't you dare pretend this is some noble sacrifice for love. You didn't choose me. You were backed into a corner by the woman you're legally bound to. There's a difference." He flinched as if she'd struck him. "I was trying to protect you. By lying to me, by letting me build a life in a closet." Her voice rose, sharp and clear in the small space. "Protection isn't secrecy, Adrian. Protection is honesty. It's saying, my life is a legally complicated mess, and if you're with me, you're walking into a hurricane. It's letting me choose with my eyes open. You didn't protect me. You infantilized me. You made me a character in your secret, and now I'm a punchline in your public scandal." "I was afraid." The shout tore from him, raw and desperate, shattering his own control. He pushed off the door, taking a step into the room. "I was afraid that if you saw the whole, ugly, complicated truth, the contracts, the history, the fucking bargain I made with Selene to build what I have, you would walk away. And I couldn't bear it. I had just found you, the one real thing. The one person who didn't want my money, my power, who just saw me. And I was so terrified of losing that I lied. I hid. I built a cage around us and called it safety." The confession hung in the air, stark and terrible. It was the first completely honest thing he'd ever said to her. "And in doing that," Myra said, her voice trembling now, "you guaranteed you'd lose me. Don't you see that? The lie was the poison, not Selene, not the board. You poisoned this from the start." "Yes, I know." The fight drained out of him, leaving only a profound, broken weariness. He sank into her armchair, his head in his hands. "I know that now. When I saw those photos on the table, when I saw my own longing used as a weapon against me, I saw the cost. The real cost, not of losing the company, of losing your respect, of becoming the liar you always saw me as deep down." She stared at him, this broken king in her thrift store armchair. The anger was still there, but it was mingled with a devastating pity. For him, for the man so terrified of vulnerability, he'd chosen a prison of his own making. "What do you want from me, Adrian?" she asked, exhausted. "Absolution. A medal for stepping down. What?" He looked up, his eyes red-rimmed but clear. "I want you to know that I loved you. That it was real. That in your kitchen, on your floor, I was happier than I've ever been in my life. And I ruined it. Not Selene, not the contract, me, my fear, my arrogance. I want you to know that I see that, and I am so unbelievably sorry." The apology was simple, unadorned. It wasn't a negotiation. It was a surrender. It undid her. The last of her defenses crumbled, not into forgiveness, but into a deep, sorrowful understanding. They had been a collision of two truths, her need for honesty, his terror of it, and in the collision, they had destroyed each other. "There's no going back," she whispered. "I know. There's no secret to go back to, no future to build." "I know that, too." They sat in the gathering dark, the space between them an uncrossable chasm of broken trust and public ruin. He stood up slowly, like an old man. "I'll go. I won't contact you again. My lawyers will handle any fallout that comes your way. I'll make sure your name is cleared as much as it can be." He walked to the door, his hand on the knob. He didn't turn. "The truth is, I don't deserve you. I never did." He opened the door. "Adrian." He stopped but didn't look back. She wanted to say something. Something that would make the devastation mean something. But there were no words. There was only the wreckage. "Goodbye," she said finally. He gave a single, stiff nod and walked out. She listened to his footsteps fade down the stairs. She listened to the car door shut, the engine start, the sound of it disappearing into the night. She walked to the window. The street was empty. The stage was clear. The confrontation was over. The war was lost, on both sides. All that was left was the long, quiet work of living with the truth. Chapter 21. She walks away. The first week was the worst. The silence in her apartment was a physical weight. The absence of his impending arrival, the lack of his texts, created a void where her secret life had been. It was like phantom limb pain, aching for something that was gone, something that had caused her nothing but harm. Her phone stayed off. Chloe brought groceries and left them by the door like a spy delivering supplies to a safe house. The professor from Columbia emailed, offering the fellowship again, no questions asked. A small act of faith that felt like a lifeline. Myra took it. She packed a single suitcase. She didn't take much. The things that mattered, her books, her tools, her dignity, were either already gone or couldn't be packed. On a cool, gray Monday morning, she called a car. Not a black town car. A regular, anonymous sedan. The driver didn't recognize her. He was listening to a sports talk radio station. She took one last look at her apartment. The empty shelf. The clean desk. The space where a man had once slept on her floor and whispered truths into the dark. Then she closed the door and didn't look back. The fellowship was housed in a nondescript brick building on the university's outskirts. Her office was small, with a window that looked out on a courtyard where students smoked and argued philosophy. It was perfect. It was neutral ground. The work was a blessing. It was abstract, theoretical, modeling cyberattack vectors on hypothetical smart city infrastructure. There were no billionaires, no boardrooms, no personal stakes, just code, logic, and the clean, binary world of ones and zeros where a flaw was just a flaw, not a betrayal. She changed her number. She deleted her social media accounts. She let her lawyer handle the few formal inquiries that trickled in. The scandal, as all scandals do, began to recede from the front pages, replaced by newer, fresher disasters. She became a footnote, the consultant in the crossword scandal, then just the consultant. She was walking away. Not in a dramatic, door-slamming exit, but in the daily, quiet act of choosing a different life. A life where the air wasn't thick with lies and the currency wasn't perception. She thought of him sometimes, in the quiet moments. She wondered if he was still in the city, if Selene had taken the empire completely, if he was sitting in some new empty penthouse, staring at a different skyline. She didn't wonder if he missed her. She knew he did. That was the tragedy of it. The love had been real. It just hadn't been strong enough to survive the ecosystem it was planted in. One afternoon in late fall, Chloe came to visit, bearing coffee and gossip. "It's done," Chloe said, blowing on her latte. "The divorce. Or the dissolution. Whatever you call it when it's not a marriage, but might as well have been." Myra didn't look up from her screen. "How's the weather?" Chloe sighed, knowing the topic was closed. "Rainy, depressing, you're missing nothing." That night, alone in her small campus apartment, Myra allowed herself a single search on the library's public computer. The headlines were final. Cross Industries completes restructuring. Selene Ward named sole CEO. Adrian Cross CASHES out, severing all ties. The articles mentioned a confidential settlement and non-compete agreements. The narrative was complete. The empire had a new sole ruler. The king was in exile. There was a single, grainy photo of him leaving a law firm. He wore sunglasses, his head down, a coat collar turned up against a non-existent wind. He looked like a stranger. She closed the browser. That chapter of her life was a closed book. The story had an ending. It was a bad ending, but it was an ending. Walking away wasn't about winning. It wasn't about proving a point. It was about survival. It was about looking at a love built on quicksand and choosing solid ground, even if that ground was lonely. It was about reclaiming the one thing he couldn't give her and she couldn't buy back, her own unassailable truth. She had walked into his world a truth teller. She had walked out of it a casualty. Now she was walking forward on her own path, rebuilding the person she was before the collision. It was slow. It was quiet. Some days the anger still flashed hot. Some nights the loneliness was a hollow echo, but she was walking. And with every step, the city of lies and glittering cages receded further behind her until it was just a story she once lived, and then just a story she once heard. She was gone. And in the leaving, she had found the one thing his billions could never own: her freedom. Chapter 22. Silence. The house in the Hamptons was not his. It was a rental paid for in cash through a shell company. A neutral, empty box on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic. It had no history, no Selene, no Myra. It was perfect. Adrian lived in the silence. The roar of the ocean was a constant, white noise hum, but it wasn't enough to fill the void. He had spent his life surrounded by noise, the hum of servers, the buzz of trading floors, the murmur of yes men, the sharp, intelligent clip of Selene's strategies. He had curated silence as a luxury, a few stolen hours in his soundproofed penthouse. This was different. This silence had texture. It was the silence of a phone that never rang, the silence of an inbox with no urgent flags, the silence of a door no one would walk through. He had cashed out. The number in his account was obscene, even to him. It meant nothing. It was just a scorecard for a game he no longer wanted to play. The lawyers had handled everything. The dissolution with Selene was a clinical, financial amputation. She got the company, the brand, the narrative. He got a number with many zeros and a legally binding promise to never speak her name in a business context again. He supposed she was happy. She had won the only thing she ever really wanted, sole possession of the throne. He didn't care. He tried to read. The books he'd collected over the years, histories of empires, treatises on power, felt like ashes in his hands. The words were empty codes for a language he no longer understood. He tried to work out, punishing his body on the rented gym equipment until his muscles screamed, trying to exhaust a mind that refused to quiet. It didn't work. The thoughts just came louder in the fatigue. Mostly, he just sat on the deck in a plain wooden chair, watching the endless, indifferent roll of the sea. He thought about the chaos he'd caused, the careers sidelined in the boardroom coup, the investors who'd lost trust, the company he'd built now solely in the hands of a woman whose heart was a spreadsheet. And he thought about Myra. The memory of her was a fresh wound, revisited constantly. Not the passion, not the stolen nights, the quiet moments, her frown of concentration as she debugged a line of code, the way she'd hummed tunelessly while making coffee, the weight of her head on his chest as they fell asleep, the ordinary miracle of her. He had offered her a kingdom of secrets. She had asked for a square foot of truth, and he had failed to give it to her. The silence was filled with the echoes of his failures, the lie he'd told her, the lie he'd lived with Selene, the lie he'd told himself that he could control it all, that he could have the empire and the heart. One afternoon, a FedEx truck came up the long drive. The delivery was a box about the size of a shoebox, addressed to him in a neat, familiar hand that was not Myra's. Chloe. He opened it with a sense of dread. Inside, nestled in packing foam, was the first edition of The Great Gatsby. On top of it lay a small, crushed velvet box, its hinge broken. The earrings. There was no note. It was a finality, a return of the artifacts, a closing of the account. She didn't want his apologies made of paper and carbon. She didn't want any part of the world those things represented. He held the book, its spine cracked from the fall. He had meant it as a romantic gesture, a shared secret. He saw now how she must have seen it, a symbol of his own tragic, self-destructive illusion. A billionaire playing at being Gatsby, destroying himself and everyone around him for a dream he was too cowardly to grasp in the daylight. He placed the book and the broken box on the mantelpiece, not as trophies, as tombstones. The days bled into each other, marked only by the changing light on the water. He didn't shave. He ate when he remembered. He was a ghost in a multi-million-dollar rental. The silence was teaching him things. It taught him that without the noise of achievement, he was just a man. A profoundly, unremarkably lonely man. He had once owned the city's skyline. Now he couldn't even own his own next thought. They all led back to her, to the life he'd ruined, to the truth he'd been too afraid to tell. One night, a storm rolled in from the sea. He stood at the wall of glass, watching the waves explode against the rocks below in plumes of violent white. The wind howled around the house, a fury that finally matched the one inside him. He thought of the storm in Maine, the one he'd watched with Myra, the quiet comfort of her beside him. The memory was a physical pain. He pressed his forehead against the cold glass. The empire was gone. The money was meaningless. The silence was eternal. All he had left was the devastating clarity of what he'd lost and the crushing, unanswerable question: if he had been brave enough from the very beginning to choose the truth, would she be standing here with him now? The storm gave no answer. The silence just deepened, swallowing the question and the man whole. Chapter 23: Public Consequences. The story didn't end with Adrian's exile. In the world he'd left behind, the consequences of his choices rippled outward, a stone dropped into the pond of high finance. From her new corner office, his old corner office, Selene Ward surveyed her kingdom. The view was the same. The power was not. It was sharper now, undiluted. She had won. The narrative was hers to write. And the first chapter was damage control. Cross Industries' stock had taken a hit. Not a catastrophic one. The fundamentals were too strong, but a noticeable dip. A governance discount, the analysts called it. The market hated uncertainty, and a CEO toppled by a sex scandal was the human equivalent of a software bug. Her first act was a purge, not of people, but of memory. The cross in Cross Industries felt suddenly toxic, tainted by the old king's messy human failure. Within a month, the rebranding campaign was unveiled: Ward Strategic Holdings. Clean, modern, unencumbered by the past. The press releases spoke of a new era of disciplined, transparent leadership. The board, those who had survived the transition, were firmly in her pocket. James Lowell, who had sputtered over bagels at the infamous breakfast, now chaired her compensation committee. Loyalty, she had shown them, was rewarded. Disloyalty, Adrian's brand of emotional, reckless loyalty, was extinct. But the market was a harder beast to tame. A major hedge fund, smelling blood in the water, began quietly shorting WSH stock. The whispers started. Can a company built by a partnership survive the implosion of that partnership? Is Ward just a brilliant number two, lacking the founder's vision? Cellini fought back with cold precision. She fast-tracked the Sado deal Adrian had almost derailed, announcing its completion as a triumph of her steady hand. She launched a hostile takeover of a smaller rival, a brutal, dazzling display of corporate aggression that sent the stock climbing again. She was proving, through sheer force of will and calculation, that the empire was not just intact, it was thriving under its new sole sovereign. Yet the ghost lingered. At industry conferences, she felt the sidelong glances. The unspoken question, did you know? Did you take the photos yourself? She was no longer the elegant power beside the throne. She was the queen who'd won her crown through a scandal. It lent her a dangerous, ruthless aura. People were more afraid of her. They were also less trusting. One evening, over a solitary dinner in her penthouse, the one she'd legally carved out of the shared assets, she scrolled through a financial news feed. A small, buried item caught her eye. Lane's Cybersecurity Fellowship at Columbia announces first cohort. Program focuses on ethical infrastructure. Myra Lane, the ghost from the other side. Cellini's lip curled. The woman had faded away as cleanly as she'd appeared. No lawsuits, no tell-all interviews, just silence. A retreat into academia. It was a different kind of power, Cellini supposed. The power of irrelevance. She felt a flicker of something that wasn't quite respect. It was the acknowledgement of a worthy adversary who had chosen to leave the board. Myra had taken her truth and walked off the field. It was a move Cellini would never make, but she understood its brutal elegance. She closed the feed. Myra Lane was no longer a variable. She was a footnote in the first chapter of the Ward era. The public consequences for Adrian were clear. Obscurity. Financial death would have been a headline. But billionaire exile was a quiet, private oblivion. The public consequences for her were more complex. She had the throne. She had the power. She had cemented her legacy as one of the most formidable CEOs in the game. But she had also become a cautionary tale. A reminder that in the highest echelons, the personal was never truly separate from the professional. That the most carefully built empire could be cracked by a single human heart. She looked out at the glittering city, her city now. The victory was complete. The narrative was sealed. So why did the silence of her perfect, hard-won throne feel so much like the echo of a door slamming shut, locking her in with a victory that suddenly tasted as hollow as Adrian's had always been? Chapter 24. The World Without Her. He tried to build a routine. The self-help books he'd never read said it was the key to moving on. Wake, run, shave, eat, read, sleep. The run was along the cliff path, the Atlantic a vast, gray expanse to his right. He ran until his lungs burned, trying to outpace the thoughts. They always caught up. The salt air didn't clear his head, it just made the memories sharper. He remembered the clean, cold air in Maine, the weight of her beside him at the window. Now, the wind just cut through him hollow. Shaving was an act of remembering her touch. The way her fingers had traced his jawline once, her brow furrowed in concentration, as if mapping new terrain. Now, his own reflection in the mirror was a stranger's, paler, older eyes that held nothing but the ghost of what he'd lost. He hired a chef, a quiet woman from the village who came 3 days a week to fill the stainless steel refrigerator with prepared meals he had no appetite for. The food was perfect, tasteless. He missed the chaotic mess of her kitchen, the jar of sauce, the clatter of the spoon. He missed the life in it. He tried to read about something other than loss. He picked up a history of shipbuilding. It was full of facts, figures, triumphs of engineering. He read a paragraph 3 times before realizing he hadn't absorbed a word. His mind kept drifting to the way she'd squint at her screen, chewing on her lower lip, solving a problem that existed only in the silent language of machines. A world of pure logic, untainted by the mess of feeling. A world he could never inhabit. The silence of the house was the worst part. It wasn't peaceful. It was her silence. The absence of her voice, her laugh, the soft tap of her fingers on a keyboard. He found himself listening for sounds that would never come. The silence became a presence, a judgment. He thought about getting a dog, something alive to fill the space. But the idea felt like a betrayal, a placeholder for a person. He couldn't do it. One afternoon, he drove into the village. It was a quaint, wealthy enclave of art galleries and organic grocers. He needed a new pair of running shoes. In the small, expensive sporting goods store, a woman about his age, attractive and polished, recognized him. He saw the flicker in her eyes, the calculation, the curiosity, the availability. "Adrian Cross, I thought that was you. I'm Alina. We met at the MoMA benefit a few years back." Her smile was bright, practiced. "I heard you were out here, taking a well-deserved break." He murmured something non-committal, his focus on a wall of sneakers. "It must be so peaceful," she continued, undeterred. "After the noise of the city, we should have a drink sometime. I have a place just down the beach. Very private." He looked at her then, really looked. She was everything his old world offered. Beautiful, connected, uncomplicated in her ambitions. A year ago, he might have accepted. A distraction. A transaction. Now the idea made him feel sick. He didn't want a drink. He didn't want private. He didn't want any of it. "I'm not taking calls," he said, his voice flat, and turned back to the shoes. Her smile faltered, then reset into something cooler. "Of course. Well, welcome to the neighborhood." He bought the shoes and left. In the car, he sat for a long time, gripping the steering wheel. The encounter had shown him the chasm. The world was still out there, glittering and eager, ready to offer him its version of comfort. But he was no longer of that world. He was a ghost in it. The only thing that had made it real, made it matter, was gone. He drove back to the rental. The empty, beautiful box on the cliff. He stood on the deck, the doomed copy of Gatsby a cold weight in his hand from the mantel. He didn't reread it. He just held it the way a believer might hold a relic. The world without her wasn't a world of new possibilities. It was a museum of his failure. Every quiet room, every tasteless meal, every polite, empty interaction was an exhibit labeled, "This is what is left when you choose the lie." The sun began to set, painting the turbulent sea in fiery colors he didn't see. The chill seeped into his bones. He had once owned everything. Now, he owned nothing but the devastating, absolute knowledge of what he had thrown away. And in the vast, echoing world without her, that knowledge was the only thing that felt real. Chapter 25. Regret Too Late. The call came in the dead of night, the ringtone a jarring shard of his old life piercing the Hamptons' silence. It was his lawyer, David, a man whose voice was usually a calm monotone of billable hours. Now it was tight with urgency. "Adrian, you need to come to the city. Now." "Oh, what is it?" "It's James Lowell. He's had a massive coronary. He's in the ICU. It's not good." Adrian sat up in the dark. Lowell, the board member, the one who'd sneered at Myra over bagels, then helped Selene seize control. "Why are you calling me?" "Because before he lost consciousness, he was asking for you, specifically, and he gave his wife something to give to you. She's insisting it's urgent." A cold finger traced Adrian's spine. This was not business. This was something else, something personal and final. "I'll be there in 2 hours." The hospital was a cathedral of fluorescent light and quiet despair. The smell of antiseptic was a slap after the clean salt air. Lowell's wife, Eleanor, a woman who had always been a composed accessory at galas, looked shattered in a plastic waiting room chair. She clutched a manila envelope. "Adrian," she whispered, her eyes red-rimmed. They don't think he'll make it through the night." "I'm sorry, Eleanor." She shook her head, a frantic motion. "Don't be, not yet." She thrust the envelope at him. "He made me promise. He said you needed to know the truth. Before she trailed off, a sob catching in her throat. Adrian took the envelope. It was heavy. The truth about what? About her, about Selene, about what she did. Eleanor looked up at him, her gaze fierce through the tears. "He was so angry with you, Adrian, for the mess, for the scandal, for risking the company. But in the end, he said he was more afraid of her, of what she'd become with all that power. He said you were a fool, but she was a monster." His words. A chill settled in Adrian's gut. He found an empty family consult room, a space of beige walls and boxed tissues. He tore open the envelope. Inside were documents, copies of emails dated over the last year, between Selene and a private investigation firm. The subject lines were clear: surveillance A. Cross, background M. Lane, asset tracing Cross personal holdings. He read, his blood turning to ice. The surveillance on him had started months before Myra, triggered by his unpredictable moods. Selene had been monitoring him, looking for weakness, long before the auditor ever appeared. The background check on Myra was viciously thorough, digging into her mother's medical debt, her college scholarship sources, looking for any leverage. They'd found nothing. The report concluded, "Subject is unusually clean. Primary vulnerability appears to be professional integrity and a low tolerance for deception." The final document was a strategy memo, in Selene's crisp style. It outlined a contingency plan titled Narrative Enforcement, Scenario, Emotional Entanglement. It detailed steps to control the story in the event Adrian formed a disruptive personal attachment. It listed potential levers: undermine the third party's professional credibility, publicly reinforce the crossword partnership brand, and, as a last resort, expose the entanglement in a controlled manner to force a binary choice. The binary choice, him or the empire. She had planned for it. She had a playbook, but it was the handwritten note, scrawled on a sheet of Lowell's personal stationery, that stopped his heart. "Adrian, I facilitated this. I gave her the votes. I believed her when she said it was to save the company from your recklessness. I was a coward. I saw what she was doing to that young woman's reputation, and I said nothing. The leak to the press about the corrupted audit, that was me on her orders. We destroyed that girl's career to make her look unstable, to make your judgment seem impaired. It wasn't business. It was a hit job. I am an old man who confused loyalty to a stock ticker with integrity. You were a fool in love. I was a coward in a suit. I think in the end your sin was the lesser one. Forgive me if you can, and for God's sake do something with this. She's not done. She won't be until she's erased every trace of you and everyone who ever mattered to you. James. The papers trembled in Adrian's hands. The scale of it, the premeditation, the cold-blooded sabotage of Myra's life, the willing complicity of men he'd considered allies, unfolded before him like a nightmare. He hadn't just been outmaneuvered, he'd been engineered. His love for Myra hadn't just been a vulnerability Selene exploited. It was a contingency she'd already wargamed. And he had walked right into the trap, dragging Myra behind him. The regret was no longer a quiet, personal ache. It was a tsunami. He had been so focused on his own guilt, on losing Myra, on losing his throne. He hadn't fully seen the carnage. Myra's career, her hard-won reputation, publicly shredded as a tactical move in Selene's chess game. And he had been the pawn that made it possible. Dee thought his lie was the original sin, but this was the poison fruit that had grown from it. A good man was dying in a room down the hall, weighed down by his part in it. A brilliant woman was in exile, her life's work tainted because of him. He left the hospital, the envelope clutched in his hand, the truth a burning brand. The cool night air of the city felt like a slap. Regret wasn't a feeling anymore. It was a verdict, and it had come far, far too late. In Chapter 26, Acceptance, he did not go back to the Hamptons. He checked into a modest hotel under an assumed name, a skill from a past life of deal-making he never thought he'd use for hiding. The envelope sat on the generic desk like a live bomb. For 3 days, he did not leave the room. He ordered room service and left the trays untouched. He stared at the documents, reading them until the words lost meaning, until the shape of Selene's betrayal and his own colossal negligence was burned into the back of his eyelids. The anger came first. A white-hot, directionless fury at Selene for her calculating cruelty, at Lowell for his cowardice, at himself for his blindness. He wanted to burn Ward's strategic holdings to the ground. He wanted to release the documents to every major newspaper and watch Selene's perfectly constructed narrative dissolve in the acid of truth. But the rage subsided, leaving behind something colder, heavier, and more final: clarity. This wasn't about revenge. Revenge was another transaction, another move in a game he was done playing. This was about responsibility, his responsibility. He had built the ecosystem that allowed a Selene to thrive. He had valued cold strategy over human decency for so long that he'd created a monster in his own image, then been shocked when it turned on him. He had been so terrified of the vulnerability of real love that he'd handed all the power to someone who saw love as a weakness to be weaponized. And Myra. He had brought her into this viper's nest with pretty lies and secret promises, and when the snake struck, he had been too busy saving his own kingdom to shield her. Lowell was right. They had destroyed her. He had let it happen. The acceptance didn't feel like peace. It felt like a surgeon's knife, cutting away the last of his delusions. There was no grand redemption waiting for him, no winning her back. Some debts were too large to ever repay. But that didn't mean you didn't try to settle the account. On the 4th morning, he showered, shaved, and put on clean clothes. He looked at his reflection, the hollowed-out man in the hotel mirror, and didn't look away. This was who he was, the man who had lost everything by trying to have it all. the man who was now solely defined by his failures. He had to start there. He called David his lawyer. I need two things. First, draft a letter to the Columbia Fellowship Program, an unrestricted, anonymous donation. The exact amount we settled on for Lowell's severance package. Route it through the Cayman Trust. I want no trace back to me, now or ever. David was silent for a beat. That's a significant sum, Adrian, for a cybersecurity program. Yes, the irony was not lost on him. Money, the cause of all this, was the only tool he had left. He would use it to quietly, invisibly, fund the very world of integrity he'd helped poison. It was a band-aid on a bullet wound, but it was something. Second, prepare a sworn affidavit. From me, detailing everything in Lowell's documents. My knowledge of Cellini's surveillance, the plan to undermine Myra Lane's credibility. Everything. Adrian, that affidavit, if it gets out. It won't, not unless Myra ever needs it. File it with your firm. Instructions. It is to be released only upon the sworn request of Myra Lane for any purpose she deems necessary. She gets to control that truth. It's the only piece of it I can give back to her. He hung up. It was a start, a tiny, inadequate start. He spent the afternoon writing a letter, not to Myra. He had forfeited the right to speak to her. This was to the professor at Columbia, the one who had given Myra the fellowship. He didn't name himself. He simply wrote as a former client who witnessed the professional sabotage of Myra Lane's reputation. He detailed, without emotion, the coordinated effort by powerful interests to discredit her work following the Cross Industries audit. He stopped short of naming names, but the pattern was clear. He closed by strongly attesting to the unimpeachable integrity and skill of her audit, stating that any suggestion of impropriety was a malicious and deliberate fiction. He signed it, an admirer of the truth, had it notarized at a nearby branch bank, and mailed it to the university. It wouldn't clear her name publicly, but it might fortify her privately in the circles that mattered for her future. He was done with grand gestures. He was done with narratives. All he could do now was small, concrete acts of restitution, building a silent, invisible seawall against the damage he had caused. That night he stood at the hotel window, looking out at the city he once owned. The lights twinkled indifferent. His empire was gone. His love was lost. His name was mud. But for the first time since the collapse, he felt the ground beneath his feet. It was the hard, unyielding ground of truth. It was the ground of acceptance. He had been a liar, a coward, a fool, and he was, finally, no longer running from it. Chapter 27, The Cost of Redemption. Time in the Hamptons was measured in seasons. The furious green of summer softened into the gold and rust of fall, then bleached into the brittle gray of winter. Adrian stayed. The donation to Columbia was processed, a silent seismic event in a small academic pond. He never sought confirmation. The affidavit sat in a vault in Manhattan, a dormant truth. The letter to the professor vanished into the university mail system. He didn't know if it was read, believed, or thrown away. That was the point. Redemption, he was learning, was not about acknowledgement. It was about the act itself. The cost was loneliness, a deep, structural loneliness. He was no longer a billionaire titan, but he wasn't a normal man either. He was a ghost with a notorious past, living in a community that traded on present status. He was politely avoided at the local farmers' market. The few invitations he received for charity auctions, gallery openings, were transparently about his remaining net worth, not his company. He declined them all. He took the money from the settlement, the staggering blood money sum from his empire's sale, and began to give it away. Not publicly, anonymously. He found a broker who specialized in discreet philanthropy. Student loan payoffs for the children of former Cross Industries employees laid off during Cellini's restructuring. Medical debt erasure for patients at the hospital where Myra's project had been canceled. Grants for women in STEM from underfunded state schools. Each transaction was a tiny counterweight to the vast, selfish gravity of his old life. It felt meaningless, a drop in an ocean of harm, but he kept doing it. It was a discipline, the only one he had left. He tried to work with his hands. He hired a local carpenter, an older man named Frank who spoke little and knew wood. Adrian didn't want a new deck or a bookshelf. He asked to be taught, to learn how to join two pieces of wood so they held. How to smooth a rough edge into something that wouldn't splinter. His first attempts were clumsy, the cuts uneven, the joints weak. Frank would grunt, take the piece from him, and show him again, his own gnarled hands moving with an economy of motion that spoke of a lifetime of honest labor. Adrian, whose hands had once moved billions across digital ledgers, struggled to drive a nail straight. One cold afternoon, he was sanding a simple pine board, the rhythmic shush-shush of the sandpaper filling the quiet workshop. The repetitive motion was hypnotic. His mind, for once, was quiet. He wasn't thinking of mergers or betrayals or a woman's face. He was thinking of grain, of pressure, of the slow reveal of smooth wood beneath coarse grit. Frank watched him for a while from his stool by the pot-bellied stove. "You're not like the others out here," he said finally, his voice a low rasp. Adrian didn't look up. How so? "Others come out, buy a place, tear it down, build something bigger. They want the view, the address. They don't care about the grain of the wood." Frank took a sip of coffee from a chipped mug. "You're not building anything, you're just sanding." Adrian stopped, looking at the board, at his own raw knuckles. "Maybe that's all I know how to do right now." Frank gave a slow nod. "Sanding's good. It's honest work. You see the truth of the wood. Can't hide a flaw when you're sanding. You just have to work with it or around it." The words landed with a quiet profundity. He was sanding down his own life, layer by painful layer, trying to find the true grain beneath the glossy, rotten finish of who he'd been. The emotional cost was a constant, low-grade fever. Some nights, the memory of Myra's laugh would ambush him, a sound so vivid in the silent house it was physical pain. The ghost of her would be in the kitchen, in the chair by the window. He'd wake from dreams of the brownstone of her floor, and the emptiness that greeted him was a fresh bereavement every time. He didn't try to date. The thought was absurd. He was a shattered vessel. He had nothing to pour into another person. His only relationship was with his own failure, and it demanded his full attention. One evening, he received an email alert from a news service he still subscribed to. Ward Strategic Holdings announces record quarter, new share BUYBACK. There was a photo of Cellini standing before a sleek new product, her smile one of cool triumph. She had won. Completely. He felt nothing. No anger, no jealousy. Just a distant, clinical recognition of a predator in its natural habitat. She was thriving in the ecosystem he'd built. He had removed himself from it. They were both where they belonged. He closed the laptop. The cost of redemption wasn't a one-time fee. It was a daily tax on his soul, a lifetime of sanding down the man he was to see if there was anything of worth left underneath. He picked up the pine board. It was smooth now. Simple, unadorned. It would never be part of a mansion or a yacht. It might become a shelf for tools or be cut into kindling. It was honest work. He put the sandpaper down and went outside. The winter sky was a vast, star-flecked black. The wind off the ocean was knife sharp. He was alone. He was unknown. He was sanding. And for now, in the deep, costly quiet of his atonement, that was enough. Chapter 28, A Changed Man. 2 years, the seasons had cycled twice. The sharp edges of the scandal had been worn smooth by newer, louder dramas. Adrian Cross was no longer headline fodder. He was a trivia question, whatever happened to. He still lived in the Hamptons, but not in the stark rental on the cliff. He'd bought a small, weathered cedar shingle cottage set back in the pine woods a mile from the ocean. It had a mossy roof, a stubborn old furnace, and a real fireplace. It was his. No LLCs, no shared holdings. Just his name on a simple deed. The money was mostly gone. Not spent, but given. The anonymous philanthropy had become his primary occupation. He worked with a small, trusted team, an accountant, the discreet broker, to identify need and move funds, a silent anti-billionaire. He lived on a fraction of the interest, a sum that would still seem vast to most but felt like purposeful scarcity to him. He drove a 10-year-old truck. His clothes were plain and functional. He still worked with Frank the carpenter 3 days a week. He was competent now. He could frame a wall, hang a door that swung true, build a bookcase that stood level without persuasion. The work was its own reward. The satisfaction of a problem solved with his hands, not his will. One crisp autumn day, Frank clapped him on the shoulder, a rare gesture. "The community center," he grunted. "They need new benches for the garden. The committee's got no budget. I told M we'd do it." Adrian looked at him. "You told them." Frank shrugged, a twinkle in his eye. "You're the one with all that fancy joinery practice. Time to put it to use for someone besides yourself." So they built benches. Simple, sturdy slat benches of reclaimed oak. Adrian worked carefully, choosing each piece for grain and character, sanding until the wood was satin smooth. They delivered them on a Saturday morning to the small community garden next to the library. A few older volunteers fussed with mums and raked leaves. An elderly woman with bright eyes and dirt on her knees stood up as they unloaded the last bench. "Oh, they're lovely," she said, her voice warm. "Just lovely." "You must be Frank's friend. I'm Gertrude." "Adrian," he said, shaking her gloved hand. It was the first time he'd given his real name to a stranger here without seeing a flicker of recognition. "Well, thank you, Adrian. These will be here long after we're gone." She patted the bench fondly. A place to sit and watch things grow. There's no finer thing to build. There's no finer thing to build. The word stayed with him. He had spent his life building monuments to ambition, temples to control. They had all turned to dust. These simple benches, built to hold the weight of tired gardeners and dreaming children, felt more permanent. That night, by his own fireplace, he thought about what he had built in 2 years. Not a company, a life. A small, quiet, honest life. He had no power, but he had purpose. He had no empire, but he had a home. He had no love, but he had, for the first time, a semblance of peace. He was a changed man. The arrogance had been sanded away by regret and solitude. The need for control had been burned out in the fire of his own downfall. What was left was quieter, more observant, kinder in a way that cost him nothing and asked for nothing in return. He thought of Myra, as he often did, not with the desperate, clawing ache of the early days, but with a deep, settled sorrow and a profound, unspoken gratitude. She had been the catalyst, the truth that broke the dam. He hoped, wherever she was, that she was building something too, something brilliant and true, far from the shadows he'd tried to keep her in. He was not waiting for her. He was not hoping for a second chance. That chapter was closed, its lessons etched into his bones. He was simply living, day by day, bench by bench. learning the slow, patient craft of being a man instead of a monument. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the walls of his small, owned house. Outside, the wind sighed through the pines. Adrian Cross, the changed man, sat on the floor. He still preferred the floor and read a book about shipbuilding. And this time, he understood every word. Chapter 29, One Final Truth. The invitation arrived on thick, cream-colored paper, embossed with the seal of the National Academy of Sciences. It was addressed to Dr. Myra Lane, Principal Investigator, Columbia Cybersecurity and Ethics Fellowship. The two-day symposium in Washington, D.C. was on the future of trust in digital infrastructure. Her paper on adversarial AI and institutional bias had been selected as a keynote. It was the pinnacle, a vindication in the most hallowed halls of her field. The scandal was a distant, blurry memory. Her name was now associated with rigor, not rumor. She should have felt only triumph. But as she packed her bag in her campus apartment, a smaller, plainer envelope fell from between the pages of a journal. She dekept it, though she didn't know why. It was the letter from an admirer of the truth, the one that had arrived at Columbia over a year ago. The one that had methodically, unemotionally dismantled the professional case against her, corroborating her own private suspicions about the source of the smear campaign. It had been a ghost at her shoulder during her darkest professional doubt, a piece of objective evidence that she wasn't crazy, that she had been targeted. She had never discovered who sent it. The notary stamp was from a Manhattan bank branch, a dead end. Part of her believed it was Chloe acting through some mysterious contact, but the tone, it was too clinical, too precise. It sounded like a man used to writing reports, not a journalist. She tucked the letter back into the journal and finished packing. The symposium was everything she'd worked for. The audience was a who's who of tech policy and academia. Her presentation was flawless. During the Q&A, a familiar, silver-haired man stood up in the back. Mark Henderson. He smiled as he took the mic. A brilliant presentation, Dr. Lane. It reminds me of a lesson I learned too late in my own career. The most secure system is the one built by people who aren't afraid to point out its flaws. His gaze was warm, knowing. Congratulations on your well-deserved recognition. After the session, he found her by the coffee urn. Myra, you were spectacular. Thank you, Mark. I didn't know you'd be here. Oh, I dabble in policy now. Less exciting than mergers, but the hours are better. He sipped his coffee, his expression turning thoughtful. You know, I saw someone the other day, someone from the old days. It was surprising. She felt a premonitory chill. Oh, Adrian Cross. He said the name quietly, watching her face. I was up in the Hamptons for a conservation thing. He was there, building benches with an old carpenter. The image was so incongruous it took a moment to process. Adrian Cross, building benches. He looked different, Mark continued. Quieter, he said hello, asked about my father, didn't mention business or the city, just talked about wood grain. Mark shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. I always thought he was the most formidable man I'd ever met. Now I think he might be the most, I don't know, human. Myra's throat felt tight. She nodded, not trusting her voice. Anyway, Mark said, touching her arm gently. I just thought you should know. The story doesn't always end where the headlines stop. He gave her a final, kind smile and melted back into the crowd. That night in her sterile hotel room, the triumph of the day felt distant. She saw the letter in her mind's eye, the clinical tone, the report-like clarity, an admirer of the truth. She opened her laptop. She didn't search for Adrian Cross. She searched for community gardens in the Hamptons. She found a local newsletter, a small article from 3 months prior with a photo. Local volunteers install new benches at Pine Grove Community Garden. The photo showed 2 men placing a bench. One was an older man with a carpenter's apron. The other, his back to the camera, was younger, his head bowed in concentration as he lowered the wood onto the gravel. He wore a simple gray t-shirt, his shoulders broad but no longer encased in a Brioni suit. The caption read, "Built and donated by local craftsman Frank O'Malley and volunteer Adrian." No last name needed for the locals, just Adrian. She stared at the photo for a long time. The man in it was unrecognizable from the billionaire on the dais or the shattered figure in the rain. He looked peaceful, purposeful in a way that had nothing to do with stock prices. She closed the laptop. She didn't feel anger. She didn't feel longing. She felt a strange, settling clarity. He had sent the letter. Of course he had. It was his style. A factual correction. An attempt to balance a ledger he could never truly balance. And he was building benches. It was the final truth she needed. Not the truth of their love or his betrayal or the scandal. The truth of what came after. He had not simply vanished into wealth or despair. He had changed. He was trying, in his own quiet, anonymous, sanding-wood way, to be a better man. He was living with the consequences, not running from them. It didn't fix what was broken. It didn't bring them back. But it closed the circle. The man who had built an empire on lies was now building benches for a community garden. The woman whose career he'd helped break was giving a keynote at the National Academy. They had both, in their own ways, walked through the fire. And on the other side, they had found not each other, but themselves. She picked up the plain envelope, the one she'd kept. She didn't reread it. She simply held it, acknowledging its existence, its purpose served. Then she put it down, turned out the light, and went to sleep. For the first time in years, her dreams were not of the past, but of the work that lay ahead. Chapter 30, Her Decision. The offer arrived the week after the symposium. A sleek Palo Alto-based venture capital firm, one known for funding deep tech with a conscience. They wanted to build an institute, not a company, but an independent, nonprofit research lab focused exclusively on the ethics of artificial intelligence and systemic digital security. They wanted her to design it, to be its founding director. The salary was substantial. The resources, immense. The chance to build something from the ground up with a mandate for pure, uncompromised inquiry. It was the dream she hadn't dared to voice. It was also 3,000 miles away. Chloe, on the phone from Brooklyn, was ecstatic. California, sunshine, money that doesn't come with a billionaire's drama attached. Say yes. Say yes right now. Myra sat in her campus office, the California sun streaming metaphorically through the proposal in her hands. Outside her real window, a gray New York drizzle pattered against the glass. She thought about what she had built here, the fellowship, the respect of her peers, the quiet, hard-won piece of a life defined by her work, not by a man's shadow. New York was her home. It was where she'd been shattered, and where she'd painstakingly glued the pieces back into a new, stronger shape. But California was a clean slate, a geographic declaration that the past was truly past. It was a chance to build not just a lab, but a life in a place with no ghosts. She thought of the letter in her journal, the benches in the garden, the final truth. He was at peace. Or he was finding it. His journey was his own, happening on a different coast in a different world. Her decision couldn't be about him. It couldn't be a reaction, a running away, or a moving toward. It had to be about her, about the woman she was now. That woman was not the naive consultant who believed in systems over hearts. Nor was she the wounded secret who hid from the light. She was Dr. Myra Lane, a leader in her field. A woman who had stared down a very public, very personal catastrophe and emerged with her integrity and her sanity, not just intact, but hardened into something unbreakable. She looked at the proposal again. The Institute was a tool, a powerful one. It could shape policy, influence a generation of technologists, build guardrails for a world hurtling toward a digital future. It was a chance to take the truth-telling instinct that had once made her a threat to a single empire and scale it to protect something much larger. It wasn't running away. It was leaning in to a bigger fight, a cleaner one. She picked up her pen. She didn't hesitate. She wrote her acceptance. She outlined her vision for the Institute, its core principles of transparency, accountability, and fearless audit. She named her salary requirements. She was done being undervalued in any currency. She signed her name with a firm, clear hand. Then she did something else. She opened her laptop and booked a one-way ticket to San Francisco for the following month. Not for a scouting trip, to find an apartment. The decision was made, not in a dramatic flash, but in the quiet culmination of 2 years of steady, deliberate becoming. She called the dean to resign from the fellowship, giving ample notice to ensure a smooth transition for her students. She called her mother in Pennsylvania, who cried happy tears and immediately started planning a visit to see the Pacific Ocean. That evening, she packed a box of books. As she lifted a stack, the plain envelope from an admirer of the truth fluttered out. She picked it up. She didn't need it anymore. Its work was done. It had been a lifeline when she needed one, a confirmation of a reality others had tried to gaslight her about. But she no longer required external validation of her truth. She carried it within her now. She walked to the small fireplace in her apartment, decorative, never used, and knelt before it. She struck a match. She held the corner of the envelope to the flame. It caught, orange and blue, eating the careful handwriting, the notary stamp, the last physical tether to that chapter of her life. She let it burn down to her fingers, then dropped the last fragment into the hearth, watching it crumble into black, weightless ash. She stood up, brushing her hands clean. There were no more ghosts, no more secrets, no more decisions to be made in the long shadow of a lost love. There was only the future. A bright, challenging, sprawling future on a new coast, built by her own hands, on a foundation of hard-won truth. Myra Lane smiled, turned out the light, and began to pack. Chapter 31, Reunion or Goodbye. The nor'easter hit the Hamptons with a vengeance 2 days before Myra was set to fly west. It wasn't a goodbye trip. She'd already said her farewells to the city. It was a stubborn need to see the ocean one last time from this coast, to feel the Atlantic's wild, familiar chill before trading it for the Pacific's milder embrace. She drove out in a rental car, the wipers struggling against the horizontal rain. She didn't go to the fancy villages. She drove to a public beach access she remembered, a windswept stretch of dunes and sea grass. The parking lot was empty. She pulled on her hood and stepped out, the wind immediately trying to tear the door from her hand. The air was a roar of water and wind. The sea was a churning, slate-gray fury, whitecaps like teeth gnashing at the shore. It was magnificent. It felt like a proper send-off. She walked down to the hard-packed sand, the rain stinging her cheeks. She didn't see the other figure until she was almost upon him. He was standing 50 yards down the beach, facing the storm, a dark silhouette against the violence of the water. He wore a waxed canvas jacket, the collar turned up, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. He was just watching. Her heart didn't leap. It didn't sink. It simply recognized him. The set of his shoulders, the stillness. Even in this form, in this place, it was him. She could have turned around, slipped back to her car unseen. That would have been the clean ending. The silent goodbye. But she was done with silent goodbyes. She walked toward him. The wind snatched her breath away. He must have heard her footsteps on the wet sand because he turned. Time seemed to slow in the stormlight. The 2 years were written on his face, not in lines of decay, but in a weathering. The sharp, polished edges were gone, softened by salt and sun and solitude. His eyes, when they found hers, held no shock, no calculation, just a deep, quiet recognition. As if he'd been expecting her, or someone like her, in this exact moment. Myra. Her name was almost lost to the wind. Adrian. They stood there, the storm raging around them, 2 points of stillness in the chaos. "I'm leaving," she said, raising her voice over the gale, "for California tomorrow." He nodded, as if he already knew. Perhaps he did. Perhaps Mark Henderson had told him about the symposium, and he'd put the rest together. "It suits you," he said, "the chance to build something new." "Yes." The silence between them wasn't awkward. It was vast, filled with the roar of the ocean and the weight of everything that had happened. The love, the lies, the destruction, the quiet, separate rebuilding. "I read your paper," he said. "The one from the symposium. It was brilliant, uncompromising." "You read it." "I follow your work." He said it simply, a statement of fact. "It helps me understand the world I helped create and the one you're trying to fix." She looked at him, really looked. This wasn't the man who had bought her silence with diamonds. This wasn't the king in exile. This was a man who had sanded himself down to the grain. There was a humility in his posture that had never been there before, a peace that had been earned, not bought. "I saw the benches," she said, "in the newsletter." A faint, genuine smile touched his lips, gone as quickly as the wind could take it. "They hold up. Frank says my joinery's passable." They stood for another minute, watching the waves crash. "I'm sorry," he said, the words not a plea, but an offering laid bare on the sand between them. "For all of it, for the lies, for the cost you paid. There aren't enough words or enough benches to ever make it right, but I am, more than you can ever know." She believed him. The truth of his regret was as solid as the cliff face behind them. "I know," she said. "I read your letter." He met her gaze, and in his eyes she saw the ghost of the old pain, but also the acceptance. "Thank you for reading it." This was it, the reunion, not a rekindling, but a reckoning, a final, clear-eyed look at what had been and what now was. She took a step closer, not to touch him, but to be heard without shouting. "What you did, it broke me, for a while, but it also freed me. It forced me to become someone I might never have been brave enough to become otherwise." He nodded, his eyes bright, not with tears, but with the sting of the wind and the truth. "That's the one thing I can be grateful for," he said, his voice rough. "That something good, something strong and true, grew out of the wreckage I made, even if I can't be a part of it." It was the most selfless thing he had ever said to her. The storm was beginning to abate slightly, the rain softening to a mist. The violence was passing. "This isn't a goodbye," she said, surprising herself. "Goodbyes are for stories that aren't finished. Ours is finished." He understood. He gave a slow, final nod. "Then what is it?" "It's an acknowledgement," she said, "that we happened, that it was catastrophic, and that we both survived as different people." A wave, larger than the others, rushed up the sand, foaming around their boots. They both stepped back instinctively, in unison. When the water receded, he offered her a hand not to hold but to steady her on the slick sand. She took it. His grip was firm, warm, calloused from work. It was the touch of a craftsman, not a conqueror. He released her hand. "Be brilliant in California, Myra," he said. "Be at peace here, Adrian." She turned and walked back up the beach toward her car. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. He didn't watch her go. He turned back to the sea, to the endless, cleansing horizon. The reunion was over. The circle was closed, not with a goodbye, but with an acknowledgement. And in the misty quiet left by the passing storm, they both finally let go. Chapter 32, Epilogue. 5 years later. Palo Alto, California. The Myra Lane Institute for Digital Ethics occupied a sun-drenched, airy building of glass and reclaimed redwood nestled in the foothills. It looked more like a retreat than a research fortress. On a warm Friday afternoon, the weekly colloquium was letting out. A mix of graduate students, postdocs, and visiting industry engineers spilled onto the central patio, debating fervently about algorithmic bias. Inside her office, Myra signed the last of a stack of grant approvals. Her title, founding director, was etched simply on the glass door. On her desk, next to a thriving succulent, was a framed photo, not of a person, but of the Institute's construction site, the steel skeleton against a blue sky. Her creation. Her assistant buzzed in. "Dr. Lane, your 3 o'clock is here. A Chloe Weber from the Atlantic." Myra smiled. "Send her in." Chloe burst in, as energetic as ever, though her hair now had a few strategic silver streaks. She embraced Myra fiercely. "Look at you, running the world's most boringly virtuous think tank. I'm so proud I could vomit." Myra laughed, a full, easy sound. "It's not boring. We're preventing the robot apocalypse, one policy paper at a time." Same old Myra. Chloe plopped into a chair, grinning. "So, the profile. The woman who hacked back at the Billionaire Boys Club. I love it. Tell me everything. But first, gossip, are you dating? Please tell me you're dating some gorgeous, brainy Stanford professor who builds solar-powered robots in his garage." Myra shook her head, still smiling. "No gorgeous professors, just content. The work is enough, more than enough." Chloe's smile softened, understanding. "Good, that's the best gossip of all." Later, after Chloe had left with pages of notes, Myra stood at her window, looking out at the California hills, golden in the late afternoon sun. She thought of the stormy Atlantic beach, the man in the waxed canvas jacket. It was a memory now, clean and settled, like a stone at the bottom of a deep, clear lake. It had no power to pull her under. It was just part of the landscape of who she was. She was happy, not in a frantic, dramatic way, in a steady, profound way. She had built a life of meaning on her own terms. The past was a scar, not a wound. The Hamptons, New York. Adrian's workshop smelled of sawdust and linseed oil. The cottage had a permanent, lived-in warmth now. Books filled the shelves he'd built. The fireplace was scarred from use. He was working on a rocking chair, a commission for a young couple in the village expecting their first child. The curves were giving him trouble, requiring a patience he'd learned the hard way. Frank, now officially retired but never far, sat in the finished version by the wood stove, giving it a test rock. "It's good," he pronounced. "Solid, won't tip when the kid gets rowdy." "That's the idea," Adrian said, wiping his hands on a rag. His phone buzzed, a news alert. He rarely read them, but the headline caught his eye. Lane Institute unveils groundbreaking framework for government AI audits. Below it was a small photo of Myra, standing at a podium, confident, poised, her eyes alight with intelligent passion. He read the article. It was full of praise for her institute's rigorous, real-world impact. He read it to the end, a small, quiet pride warming a place in his chest that had long been cold. She had done it. She had built something magnificent from the ashes. He didn't save the article. He didn't need to. The image of her thriving was enough. Frank noticed his expression. Good news. Yes, Adrian said, putting his phone away. Very good news. He picked up his chisel and returned to the stubborn curve of the rocker. The work demanded his focus. It was honest work. It was enough. That evening, he ate dinner at Gertrude's house, as he often did, a kind of adopted family. He helped her wash up, then walked home under a sky dense with stars, the sound of the distant ocean a constant companion. He was at peace. The frantic hunger for more money, more power, more control was gone. In its place was a gratitude for the simple facts of his existence: a roof, a skill, a community, the memory of a love that had broken him open and allowed a better man to emerge. He reached his cottage, the lights glowing warmly from the windows he'd framed himself. He stood for a moment on the porch, listening to the night. He thought of her, under her California stars, building guardrails for the future. He thought of the benches in the garden, holding the weight of living people. Two separate lives, both whole, both true. He went inside, closed the door against the chill, and was home. The end,